quest for personal growth and enlightenment, he really hasn't shed the pettiness towards the Packers and all the things that apparently he
seems like the same guy, isn't he?
which basically means he's full of crap.
Yes.
But now just the Packers are going to hold for those two number ones, and that's going to be interesting to see how the Jets because the Jets are boxed in. They
have to do it with all the players. Could you imagine Zach Wilson going to OTAs this year? Just head down, just sad because all his teammates
sold him out.
People
be shedding their season tickets then.
Right.
Well, I mean, he's gonna go to OTAs.
Right. He's under contract,
right? Like he plays for the Jets.
Yes, he does.
Oh yeah.
He's just not gonna play for the Jets. No, but, Zach Wilson's gonna be in the locker room hanging out with all these guys that dogged him on social media.
But it's so funny because I got guys. Again, I grew up in Long Island. I have my high school's New York Jets, half as Giants.
Right.
And as my father used to say dismissively, Jets make headlines, Giants make history. and so the Jets fans, I got buddies that come. Because I do sports talk radio, we got a 16-man group text. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers is the piece, right? Mike, I go, probably 3 years too late, guys.
Yeah, I would think so, dog. I would think so.
I got all my high school buddies MF and me and all this stuff on the text message because I'm pooping on their parade.
Yeah, I hope the Packers get everything from them, man. Like for the nonsense
that
they've had
about the Jets.
And then it doesn't work out.
Some of the greatest games I ever went to, sometimes for peanuts, it was Jets-Dolphins.
Yes.
In Miami.
Yes.
Then it was Joe Robbie. And people brawling in the stands. Randy can tell you. It was just something else.
Yes, always.
Good times.
Their ass always lived
What's coming up today from 2 to 7?
Hey, man, we'll give you the latest on what's going down at the Georgia workout. Obviously, this is what it's all about. Can we get some dogs? I crunched the numbers. Look at the numbers. It's unbelievable. The lack of Georgia Bulldogs being drafted by the Falcons for 30 years. This goes over 4 general managers.
Yeah.
It's not just Dimitrov. We'll get into that. We're going to talk to Josh Kendall, covers the Falcons for The Athletic. Also, Steve Holman, is going to join us, and Connor Riley from over there at the Pro Day.
Nice. Sounds good. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 11.
Watch out now!
You know how everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority, thanks.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes until somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, Hump Day. Robbie Tribble in for Carl today. Can we please, for the love of God, draft a Georgia Bulldog with one of our first 2 picks? Okay, we're going to talk all about it. I crunch numbers, not my forte, so that's like, studying algebra for me to do the numbers.
How did you have the attention span to do that? Your attention span is normally that of a gnat on crack.
I was doing stick marks. I went through every single Falcons draft back to 1993. 7 Georgia Bulldogs. And when you take...
before that, I think Wayne Radloff, the old center from the 80s, might have been the first one.
I mean, Harmon Wages. You take, you go back...
Well, he's Florida.
That's Florida Gator.
Florida Gator.
But you look back at all of the drafts, and we'll talk about the numbers. And guys, it's not... And I immediately had the Twitter idiots going, yeah, just because it's Georgia. No! You draft players from Clemson, because they're always putting guys in the NFL. You do draft players from Bama, but for whatever reason, the school that's 50 miles the other way from where your practice facility is.
Clemson is to the Falcons what Gwinnett is to the Braves.
That's true. But we'll talk about it. Hey, man, let's start the show with a big hearty hey, man. We got Chris over there. He's producing, engineering while we are trying to find. Chris is going to have his own minion, like SquidBilly had Chris as a minion. Not to call you minion, Chris, because you're a fantastic engineer. But Chris is eventually going to be producer, which means I talked to Mike Conti, you're going to have to wear long pants. We like to start the 2 o'clock hour with a big hearty hey, man. Do you feel that once you become a full producer, you'll have to wear pants?
I hope not. I hate pants.
Chris is the quintessential radio producer, engineer, sweatshirt, shorts. Now, again,
Straight out of Central Casting.
I can't complain because 9 times out of 10, I'm wearing in this time of year sweatshirt and shorts. But Chris is going to be pumped up the ladder. SquidBilly getting the morning show gig, just talking with our buddy Michael Johnson about what's going down with the morning show. So, and Rob, you're going to be also contributing at times when Tiffany is out.
That
and
is
doing
correct,
stuff.
sir. Yes, I'll be doing stuff.
So we've talked about the Falcons draft, and we'll get into the Caleb McGarry, which you and I chopped it up. Carl and I did last week. Carl and I chopped it up.
Oh, I thought you called me Carl.
No, Carl and I, please.
Okay, at least we weren't in bed and you called me Carl.
And that would be awkward. But I think this is a really fair deal. I don't know if it's fair for McGarry, but it's certainly fair for the Falcons.
Continuity, my friend. Since 2016, can I drop this on you?
Yes.
It just popped into my head magically. Since 2016, NFL teams with at least 4 returning offensive linemen, top 11 in overall offense. Continuity means everything on the offensive line.
Right. Part of the reason we went to the Super Bowl, those guys played every single game. Chris Chester came in. Got to be honest, we were like, oh, it's a Redskin retread to get the time because Shanahan had to spend some time up there. And the guy was perfect. Andy
Alex Mack was
Alex
big
Mack was,
one.
yeah,
That was probably one of the biggest free agent acquisitions in Falcon history.
You can thank Dukes and Bell for that one because we were bellyaching about that from week 5 of the season on. Remember when Mike Person?
Oh, you guys set that?
Yes, Carl and I take credit for that. But you couldn't get the snap. The guy, one time in one game, I think somebody snapped the ball into his own nuts.
I think mine was I'm pretty sure I convinced Georgia Tech to hire Brent Key as the coach when they were breathing all down the neck of that old man from Tulane.
Well, like Steak always says, remember, don't be afraid to puff your chest out.
Acid reflux steak, huh?
Take ownership. It is Dukes and Bell with Robbie Trively for Carl, who is off the rest of the week. We're going to be hitting the road for March Madness. Details on that coming up. But knowing that every coach, every staff, I mean, not every coach, but almost every coach and every scout, every team's got somebody up in Athens today at the Butts-Beer facility for Georgia's Pro Day. Jalen Carter puts on 9 pounds.
Uh-oh.
So, look, people, and Randy talked about it earlier with Andy, They have their metrics, and look, Dimitrov put us into 2 NFC championships in the Super Bowl, but I just thought he overthought it sometimes. I just think sometimes our analytics, our metrics, he described it once, and it was like my head was spinning because it was like, why don't you just grab the best players from college and see how that works?
Right.
Now, again, not every great college player translates to the pros, and there is upside. That's why a guy like Troy Anderson gets drafted. But to me, this is one of those years, considering where Georgia is picking, and all those picks they've gotten the first, 115, 114 picks, get some profile dogs. Schaefer, they bet on the come with him. He didn't really get traction early last year in camp. Maybe that happens for him this year.
What about the big news, though, that just emerged?
Yeah, we'll get into that, too. I mean, is this really news? We knew this was going to happen.
I know, but Turtle's all excited about it.
Aaron Rodgers goes on Pat McAfee's Hootenanny, and he says this.
And so, again, this is why this is not a decision here. The decision, I think, was made in my mind whether or not I was able to admit at that point. Really on that Tuesday, I wanted to play. And then it was, how is my body feeling? Is it going to be able to hold up? So at this point, as I sit here, I think since Friday, I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets.
Hey.
And I haven't been holding anything up at this point. It's been compensation that the Packers are trying to get for me.
Which is understandable.
Taking his talents to Newark.
Yeah. I mean, this is something we knew because the Jets sort of became by default the only landing spot for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, he said also in the interview, he was when he went into the darkness. This is such convoluted nonsense. But anyway, before he went into the darkness, he was 90% sure he was going to walk away. He was going to step away from football. And apparently in the darkness, his mind was transformed into it. Everybody who played NFL more than 3 or 4 years says they're going to quit after the season's over because you're banged up. That's the state of mind.
That's cool. You don't have that clarity of mind because you're so banged up. Do I want to go through the rigors of that again? Do I feel like having to get embalmed after every game, basically? No, I don't want to deal with that.
Right. So now it's a matter of working it out. And will the Jets try to push for something funky like a first this year and a first in 2 years? That's not going to fly. Green Bay knows what they want. I'd have to look at the compensation that the Lions got for Matthew Stafford, but that would be the baseline for certainly what they're going to get for Aaron Rodgers. But the big question is, when Brett Favre, if you take it back, you could argue that Brett Favre was physically sharper, was bet more on his game when he went to the Jets than maybe Aaron Rodgers is going to be at this stage.
Yeah, but he struggled with the Jets. He had the great final year with Minnesota when it was just over the top.
Chris is our resident Jets fan. They were in first place when Favre got hurt. and then it wasn't the same after that.
That's what it was. Got hurt, but he had that amazing year, his final year in Minnesota of all places.
Had the botched handoff with Adrian Peterson against New Orleans down in the Superdome. But this is Aaron Rodgers who will have pressure on him. On New York media, which is unlike anything he's experienced.
Yeah,
before.
but he can handle the media though.
I mean, we'll find out. Yeah,
come on, he can.
I mean, but
he's so mellow now.
I guess.
With all the THC and all the other stuff, the hallucinogenics from South America, sitting in his dark cave for 4 days, he'll handle it just fine.
But you get coy with the New York. I mean, again, if you feel it can roll over, it's like a duck's water off duck's back. Okay, I just telling you, there's a whole other world. We talked to Herm Edwards last week about it. I said, does Aaron Rodgers have any idea what he's getting into? And Herm said he has no clue. And Herm experienced it firsthand.
Oh, he totally has a clue. He's been around the league long enough to know.
Again,
and plus, being one of the frontline people, he's
two guys from the Apple and Pudwacker and the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel is not going in front of the New York media.
Yeah, but he's a national guy, though. All the national. I mean, Colin Cowherd has this visceral hatred for him for some reason.
I got nothing against Rodgers. I just felt at some point how much of this is real and how much of this is an act. Or is this really what he's all about? And he's always been this hippy-dippy, which is fine. That's your place. I think more than different strokes to rule the world. I get that. But still, to me, I think this is an act.
Think he gets a tweak. I think he gets a kick out of tweaking the media the way he does.
Right. Especially the, quote, insiders. I did get a kick when he was calling out Rappaport and Schefter for not having any insight or access to his inner circle when it came to his intentions about, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Oh, and guess what? He can wear number 12 if he wants. Joe Namath said so. I guess that's the most important item of this story, isn't it?
Well, Joe Willie did sort of portend this, right? He put it out there back before everybody else had it. And granted, it was wishful thinking by Broadway Joe's part. And by the way, Joe Namath, one of the nights to this day, of all the legends of American sport that Carl and I've been lucky enough to talk to, Joe Namath is the nicest guy in the world. Absolute sweetheart.
If you want to get off to the wrong start with the New York media, Aaron, take 12.
You think he's 12? As he said, Namath's
already signed up on it.
St. Joe has already given his blessing on this.
He's the only one that the Jets fans have that they revere as a god. He's the only one.
It's true.
So if you take that number,
right. I mean, it is also a sad commentary on the Jets that the high water mark was when the moon landing occurred. That's as good as it's been. That's as good as it gets.
Well, yeah, the sack exchange for a while.
Yeah, but those guys would start 10. They would win 10 games and then
lose.
Then
just fizzle in the playoffs.
Ever since
if they made the playoffs.
If you know your Jets history, the second high water mark. There's 2 more high water marks. One would be when they poured the water all over the field when the Dolphins beat them in the Orange Bowl in '82-'83 season, and then there was the Mark Sanchez team. Oh, actually, no, Testaverde. Remember Testaverde quarterbacking and the goal line where he fell just a yard short, I guess it was against the Broncos?
Yeah.
That was the Parcells years. Either way, there ain't much there. Even though you consider the Jets one of those, historical squads, they got about as much bleakness as the Falcons do if you look at it over the last few decades.
So what's Josh Kendall going to give us coming up next?
Well, let's see what the Falcons got up their sleeve. We did get McGarry back. Now, we spent a lot of time on McGarry and what he is and what he isn't. He's a good run blocker, but pass blocking. And it's
on skates, brother.
Familiarity. You mentioned it to start the show. We'll talk to Josh about that. And also what dogs would actually look good and could look good in a Falcon uniform.
Zone 92.9 The Game.
Welcome back. All the humorous banter that goes on between commercial breaks that we can't share with the public at large.
A lot of dirty stuff going on back here. It is Robbie, not Robin. You're Robbie today because we joked around last time you filled in for Carl.
I'm going to vacillate every segment. Check back with me.
Rob is semi-professional. Robbie is kind of mischievous, and he's a loose cannon.
Cannon.
It's kind of like Riggs and Lethal Weapon. Don't know where he's going to go. Totally unpredictable. But we will talk more about Aaron Rodgers' comments and where this is going to go, and plenty more on the Falcons because we're going to talk in just a second to our man Josh Kendall from The Athletic, who's been covering like everybody else up there at Georgia's Pro Day. And it's just funny looking at the numbers. I added them all up. If you go all the way back to 2003, and then I did more math, all the way back to 1993. There have been 219 players selected by the Falcons, 7 of which are Georgia Bulldogs, including 2 last year. So before last year, 5 out of 212.
And I mentioned Wayne Radloff from the 80s, the center under Vince Dooley.
And why there was such an aversion to the team. Again, because before you got into how the draft is structured, the players' personnel was almost regional in the NFL. You drafted guys from your backyard, something we've never done. Talk to Josh about what the Falcons are going to do this year. Hey, Josh, what's going on, brother? Oh, he's not there. I'm sorry. I apologize. My imaginary friend Josh. Sorry about that. Sorry, Chris. I saw you on the phone. I just thought you were talking to Josh.
Well,
Chris is talking to his bookie. He's taking action on what the Jets are going to give up for Aaron Rodgers.
Jeez.
But we'll get Josh on the horn in a sec. But it has nothing to do with the fact that yes, there are some crossover of Georgia fans and they have Falcon fans. No, we're just talking about even when Ray Goff was coaching, hell, even when Donna was coaching, you had Stroud and Seymour. You had unbelievable talent. Now, again, if you are really bad, you should be picking high. You should be picking Bulldogs. Then there was a time when we got better and we had back-to-back winning seasons. And then obviously there's mitigating circumstances. They might not be there when you want them.
It was always been the oddest phenomenon.
Right.
I mean, there's not like some secret code up in Swanee at the time or Flowery Branch saying no Georgia Bulldogs allowed here. Right. That's just the way it seemed to work out for whatever reason.
And it's one of those deals. Like a perfect example would be like N'Kobe Dean last year, and we did Troy Anderson, and everybody was freaking out about that. But then you see, there is a body and an archetype you're looking for the NFL, and sometimes guys can be fantastic. You can, as we say all the time, Rob, you could do 5-6 hours easily on Heisman Trophy winners that were busts in the NFL.
Well, it seems like most of them, especially when it comes to quarterbacks.
But it just, to me, felt like there were certain players in this group. Again, when Georgia was underperforming or overperforming, there's always been talent that for some reason the Falcons have had an aversion to.
Well, we see Arthur and Terry Fontenot, all the Falcon brass up there in Athens for the Pro Day. There was a shot at Arthur Smith staring intently at Stetson Bennett as he was going through some motions.
Well, I mean, someone is going to draft Stetson Bennett. Yeah. How high do you think he goes?
6th round. Maybe 5th because of his combine was really good, and I think his arm strength is better than people gave him credit for.
It was old hair helmet, Mel Kiper. He had him in the 4th round. And he said, and some folks have said 4th to 6th. Just a matter. I know I've done some mock drafts. And again, I hate these mock drafts. I wish the NFL would take all the data and do an NFL website mock draft. And I know this is really super nerdy stuff, so bear with me for 30 seconds. Just because when you go and draft, and listeners, they share their mock drafts with us, and Carl thinks I'm an idiot for spending all this time on these mocks. And then you realize some guys have got a valuation system, which is preposterous. And then there's some where it's like they didn't even see the combine. And then you try to find one that actually somehow mirrors what the real world will be coming up in April. It's hard to find.
What was it a few years ago? I think Todd McShay is slightly more successable than Mel Kiper predicting.
Right. And what, like 30? What's the percentage?
Like 38% or something like that. But they've made a Mel Kiper's made a great living doing it. We just see his Count Chocula self once a year.
Well, the thing with Mel, he was the first, the originator. Yeah. If you take it all the way back to when ESPN was at the New York Sheraton on a card table, and you have like Dr. Z from Sports Illustrated. It's just taking you back to who these so-called experts were. But Kiper was the first guy who really was aggressive with his analysis. Yeah. And to be honest, when he called out the Colts for some abominable picks, Steve Ettman and Trev Alberts and all that, he nailed it. And he really went after it.
It just shows you what the NFL means to this society, man. We like maybe pontificating and speculating on the NFL every bit as much as we like watching the actual games on Sunday.
Right. And I just felt as a fan.
That's why we're talking about the NFL in March.
Now, the good news, bad news is sometimes I do these mock drafts, and I got Richie Grant right, and I got Jalen Mayfield right. And, Jalen Mayfield's one of the worst players to ever dress out for the Falcons. And I'll give Chuck Real the credit because we used to debate, could you start 2 rookies on the right side or left side? And in this case, it was boy, oh boy, just god awful. And he may never get on the field again unless everybody else in front of him gets injured.
That was Chuck Reese's personal whipping boy. I think he had a nightly I hate him segment.
But no, I mean, sometimes you get the mocks right and sometimes you don't, but there are some names. One thing for sure, if you do enough of these things, just if you're bored, I'm not telling you go do this because most of you people have a life. I got free time in my hands. I walk the dog, I eat a breakfast sandwich, I got 2 hours to kill.
Yep.
So I do the mock drafts, and you will see trends. So as a bulldog, if you're a fan, when you want a bulldog, where are those guys projecting to go? When you're picking, are you going to have to move up? And that's one. At least there is something if you take the draft seriously. And this year, I think more than ever, people are going to be all eyes to see what Terry Fontenot pulls off.
Yeah, but everybody was so excited about Nolan Smith and his performance in the combine. What did Chuck Smith say his limitations were? Mine, basically, from what I gather, from what I've watched and what I've read. Really good against the run, maybe not so much against the pass. What was Chuck Smith's reservations about?
Chuck thought he might be a guy that would be you needed the right system or the right team because the measurables from the combine obviously jump off the page. Everyone's going bananas. But Chuck was a little, I wouldn't say lukewarm, but he was sort of tempering some of the reaction that we were getting for Nolan Smith. We all wanted to see more of him. No one debates the leadership. No one debates what he means to that team as far as a teammate.
Well, you know what Kirby Smart said? Nolan Smith, even though he did not play against Ohio State due to the torn pec, he was about 25% responsible for that victory. That NFL
He's like a de
teams
facto
love
coach.
that. Yeah,
Right.
NFL teams do love that.
Now, if you are a Falcon fan, what do you want? You want a Micah Parsons. But I don't know if I think that's a stretch. If you're going to do the comp that he can be Micah Parsons, I don't know about that. Micah Parsons was projected to be between 10 and 20 pre-draft. Yeah. And then the Cowboys took him at 11. And if you reseeded that draft now, your Micah Parsons would go 1 or 2.
Right.
Because he's that game changer.
That just shows all the analysis they do, all the film they do, all the interviews they drew, all the psychological profiles and all the measurables. It is such an inexact science. It looks like, 50% of your first-round quarterbacks drafted. Busts.
Right. That's just it. And the draft itself is about 50. You're shooting 50%.
It just shows you how drastically different college football is from pro football.
And then you get into what do we need right now? Well, you got your right tackle is set. You got your right guard is set. You need a left guard. Now, you can look at there are guys, and if you want to go next level, and there's like guys in the top 50, there are guards who grade out slightly better than Elijah Wilkinson. But,
right.
I mean, do you want to go draft that? If you want to try to, you can go plug in another free agent. You're not going to break the bank. The guesstimates are under $30 million in cap space. You can go get wide receivers. There was a story earlier today linking us to Dalvin Cook. Now, Dalvin Cook, you got to get him cheap because he just can't stay healthy. I love Dalvin Cook's one of my favorite Seminoles of all time.
Right.
He's one of the guys who played in the bowl game when everybody was telling him not to play in the Orange Bowl, and he had an unbelievable game. But he can't stay healthy. But if you put him here, you got Tyler Algier in the immediacy of CP. You're not getting too much wear and tear, and maybe he can be that.
Well, what's wrong with Huntley? He's hardly trash.
No, but Dalvin Cook's a better running back when healthy than anybody that we got. But Algier is emerging as that next big guy, 1,000-yard rusher, nothing to sneeze at.
It's kind of sad seeing what happened to Zeke Elliott. They say he's got nothing left. That's why the Cowboys are releasing him. They're going to save about $10.9 million. All the GMs in the NFL, basically, he has very little left in his legs.
Well, that's like Derrick Henry. It's almost like the production is there, and then and you saw the yards.
It just shows the wear and tear.
Average came down for Derrick Henry last season, too.
Yeah. Well, so did for Zeke. He's only 3.9 last year's Pro Bowl year. He's like 5.0 per carry. So that shows you. And plus, they have Pollard out there in Dallas now who's emerging. So it's time.
And when Pollard went down in the playoff game, Zeke just couldn't. And how about the ignominious end to Zeke's career as a Cowboy? As the shotgun center. On the most ill-advised last play of the game you've ever seen. For those that are wondering, Dalvin Cook was only on 264 attempts, 1,100 yards, averaged 4.4, 8 touchdowns on the ground, and he also caught 2. So he's a guy that can catch it out of the backfield, the wheel route, things like that. But there were some rumors that apparently Dalvin Cook might be somebody the Falcons are looking at. Well, again, if the price is right.
Hey, it looks like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have their Marcus Mariota, Baker Mayfield, 1 year, $8.5 million.
Boy, that's inexpensive, isn't it?
Yeah. Is he a stopgap or is this a 1 year prove it deal? Because he certainly did look good when he went out to LA.
Bit of both.
He looked like he was done as a starting quarterback after he left the Panthers.
That's a bit of both because they're going to be off in the weeds this year. This is going to be the reset. What we did last year, that's this year for the Bucs.
I think so, yeah.
There'll be more guys that are going to be getting cut loose. I know that there's no reason for them to re-sign Levante David. You know, obviously, don't tell you guys Brady's gone, but they're trying to put fannies in the seats. So this will be Baker Mayfield trying to show you what he can do. Remember, him in Carolina was a hot mess. It was a pretty amazing turnaround those first 2 weeks with the Rams. It was kind of exciting. That one game where he literally just found the playbook. They got to him in emails, and the guy balled out. But he is a dude that is like a roller coaster. So right now, Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield, and some would say C.J. Stroud are starting quarterbacks opposite the Falcons in this division.
All right, looks like the Hawks and Braves may be trapped in broadcast purgatory. Coming up next in headlines. Dukes and Bell, Rob Tribble filling in. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Rob Tribble in for Carl alongside Mike Bell. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. NFL free agency begins officially at 4 o'clock. Now Aaron Rodgers has announced officially intends on playing with the New York Jets. And for more, let's go out to Falcons reporter for The Athletic, Josh Kendall, joining us on the WadeFord.com hotline. Josh, what's going on, brother? Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I apologize for being late.
What were you doing? Were you having your 3-martini lunch? What was going on?
I wish it was that. I wish it was that exciting.
I was going to say, is that Lombardi time? He's on Jeff Schultz time. But anyway, he joins us here on the WadeFord.com hotline. What do you think? I mean, I know we were joking around earlier in the show. I did the numbers, which is crazy, Josh, how few Georgia Bulldogs ever been drafted by the Falcons. I mean, not out of necessity or marketing, but this just seems like a year where maybe Georgia Bulldog would wind up as a Falcon with a pretty high pick.
Well, just out of the math, you could certainly see it happening. You know, I think that they're not going to be able to avoid Georgia players the way Georgia is recruiting these days. But you know, I'm not sure they're going to take one at number 8. I think there was a day when, you know, Falcons fans and me, I would have said, boy, the Falcons are going to be lucky if Jalen Carter slips to 8. And you know, it's beginning to look like Jalen Carter was going to slip to 8 and go right on past 8. So I don't know what's going on in Athens today. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think the Falcons have anything against Georgia guys, but we will hear that cry again if and when they pass on Jalen Carter at 8 in April.
Well, it looks like it was a good bet to wait on Caleb and Gary, not offering the franchise tag. You get a little bit cheaper. And this was all about continuity, too, plus the fact he had such a good year last year. But there are concerns about the pass protection.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that those concerns about the pass protection are a big reason that they were willing to let him, you know, sniff around, test the waters. Caleb fits, you know, better in Atlanta than in almost every other place in the NFL. The Falcons knew that. This reuniting made more sense the whole time. So I think this was always going to happen. I thought that they'd have to pay even a little more than they did. They got a really good deal. They have the cohesion. They got a guy who run blocks the way that they want. The pass blocking's got to get better. But, you know, Mike McGlinchey, who just signed a huge deal in Denver, you know, he's got basically the same skill set. Right. Great run blocker, struggles in pass blocking, just got a huge payday. So this is not unusual for right tackles in the league.
It is Josh Kendall with us, and you're right. When you look at there was a scouting breakdown of both guys. They almost read identically. It's a good call. Where do you think we address left guard? Is that going to be to come in there? Because now there's some guys you could plug in on some really easy, manageable contracts, or you think we could address that in the draft?
I think I would guess Elijah Wilkinson comes back. It just depends on how they think the draft is going to fall. Do they think Skoronski is going to be there at 8? Do they like Skoronski as much as a lot of people? 8 is a top 10 pick for a guard. You got to love him. Skoronski's a little different because he can move. He could play guard right now and then move out to tackle at some point. Again, but some people don't love him at tackle because he's got short arms by comparison to NFL tackles. So I think a lot of that depends on Skoronski. Elijah Wilkinson was fine when he was healthy there. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's going to get a blockbuster offer, at 4 o'clock when he officially hits the free agent market. And I could see him coming back if they decide, well, we're not going to sign an edge rusher, so we're thinking somebody like Tyree Wilson at number 8.
Who was your most attractive option at number 8 for the Falcons? Put on your GM hat. Who was the one you were coveting?
Well, I've circled back around to Tyree Wilson now because they didn't address edge rusher with a marquee guy in free agency, which I expected that they would probably do. So now that they haven't, it makes me think that they're going to fall back on getting that guy high in the draft. Christian Gonzalez, the cornerback out of Oregon, and the cornerback out of Illinois, Devin Witherspoon. I like Gonzalez. A lot of people like Witherspoon. So I could have seen that being a fit if they had addressed edge rusher. Certainly, we'll know more when we see what they do about left guard, whether we should think offensive line there. But at this point, given the fact that no, big money edge rushers have come in the door, I think you're looking at somebody like Tyree Wilson, somebody who can get after the passer.
Yeah, we talk about the scouting reports, guys, as Josh Kendall from The Athletic, who covers the Falcons, joins us here, is trying to figure out what he does great about Tyree. It's almost like they like the athleticism, but it just, I mean, and again, not knowing the inner workings of the Texas Tech, you don't really think defense when you think the Big 12, but what makes him such a buzz right now? Why is he considered to be that so high?
Big, long arms. They feel like they can coach him up, and he can get around blocks because he's just such a physical specimen, especially with that wingspan. Good speed around the edge. Just a guy that you feel like is big enough that you can put him, on the end of the defensive line if you choose to do that, and also athletic enough that if you want to line him up at more of a stand-up outside linebacker role, you can do that.
All right, I'm going to ask you this. What do you do second, third, fourth, and fifth round if you're the Falcons? How do you intersperse wide receiver, maybe another lineman, more defense, maybe a cornerback? What do you think?
I'd go wide receiver high-ish, like second or third round. Really? This is a deep cornerback draft, and Casey Hayward is not getting any younger. So if you don't go cornerback at 8, I would go cornerback, third roundish. You still need more defensive tackles. I'd load up on any defensive tackles that you liked. And, there are going to be some really interesting running backs available late. What surprised me at all is even though Tyler Algier had such a great season that they draft another running back late in this draft.
Right. You can never have too many. Every team you've seen that. Cowboys ran out of running backs last year.
Zeke's 28. He looks like he's done.
And they fall off the table like the production, like we talked about where Derrick Henry's trending. For what it's worth, Josh, KSTP, the Twin Cities news leader, is reporting that the Falcons are one of the teams that might be interested in Dalvin Cook. I would imagine that would have to be very inexpensive considering his ability. Again, 1,000-yard rusher, but he tends to not stay healthy.
Yeah, boy, given that teams are so reticent to give up a lot of value for running backs, given that the Falcons, got Algier, a 1,000-yard rusher in the 5th round, they clearly feel good about their ability to find guys and to get production out of in this system. I would be surprised by that. Anything can happen. I was surprised by the Caden Ellis signing. I didn't see that one coming. So, I'm not in their head. But I'd be surprised if they make a deal and give up anything of any real value for Dalvin Cook. If they get him cheap and you get him on one of these deals where you load up the money in 1 year and you see how it goes, maybe. But I don't know.
And again, I hope they don't do that either because I just don't see the sense in it. I mean, if it's a big name, guys, I think people think it's a Madden game. They get excited about that. You mentioned the D-line. Yeah, Ellis is kind of like a dude that Nielsen knows from his time in the Saints. Onyemata was considered a top 10 tackle, but will he have the kind of impact? Because I had my heart set on Hargrave, and that was a pipe dream. But how impactful is Onyemata going to be?
Yeah, let's see. He hasn't been necessarily the same player he was before the 6-game suspension for PED use to start the 2021 season. We haven't seen him round back to that form. But Nielsen clearly feels very comfortable with the player he is. I'm not sure Hargrave was ever a great scheme fit for what Nielsen wanted to do. Onyemata seemed like a better bet to me, a cheaper bet. But he is 30. That's a tough position to play into your 30s. He will be an upgrade, a significant upgrade for the Falcons. Will he be a star? That's yet to be seen.
Josh Kittle, The Athletic, covers the Falcons, joining us, Sports Radio 929 The Game. What has Desmond Ridder been doing in the offseason? I hope he was paying a visit to Tom House, to be honest with you, the passing guru.
Well, the Falcons sent him home with a very detailed plan. This is what we want you to do. This is what we want you to get better at. They declined to share that plan with me. But they said they were in, Terry Fontenot said they were in, regular communication with Ridder, that he knew throughout this process exactly where he stood with them and exactly what the plan was for him and exactly what they wanted him to do to get better. So, I think it's just a matter of reps for this guy. It's just a matter of, really immersing himself in the offense. Physically, he can do all the stuff he needs to do. It's a matter of getting completely comfortable in this offense, and then he's just got to go out there and prove that he can do it.
I think this offense last year, because of some of the limitations with the offensive line, and then, of course, Pitts was out, we felt that I know, Josh, we talked about this last fall, but I just wish we'd gone to Ridder sooner. So, if anything else, the fan base could be a little bit more on board with this. But Arthur Smith obviously saw a lot of things, presumably in practice, which we didn't get to see.
Yeah, I think that he was the relationship with Marcus Mariota didn't end exactly the way either of them would have liked it, I don't think. But I think Arthur Smith was pretty patient and pretty fair with Mariota and really wanted to do everything he could to give him a fair shot at that starting job. And to be honest, Desmond Ridder wasn't a ton better than Marcus Mariota. It is significant that he had 0 turnovers. That's a big deal. But where you had begun to feel that at this point in Marcus's career, he was not going to get better from where he was, you feel like Desmond is now, although basically a very similar quarterback to Marcus last year, he should be getting better by leaps and bounds from this point forward.
All right, Josh, we appreciate your time, my friend. Good information as always. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Cool, man. So, again, guys, we've got our offensive line for the most part. Elijah Wilkinson was solid, and that was part of the Ryan.
Continuity, my friend. Continuity is important.
But Ryan Pace coming down from Chicago, and a lot of folks kind of rolling their eyes. Oh, boy, we got a Chicago GM in the mix. But Elijah Wilkinson was one of his guys. When healthy, as he mentioned. You can still find other guys. You can still get some depth. I look, Schaefer, maybe this is the year where Schaefer pops and it gets it. Last year he was kind of overwhelmed. That's what we were hearing from the coaches. And at practice at Flowery Branch and on tape when you saw the preseason game, Schaefer was not that comfortable yet. Size-wise, he checks all the boxes to be a starting guard in the NFL.
All right, we're going to try this again. We were going to get to this. Braves and Hawks in broadcast purgatory. We'll get into that next.
You really are selling that hard.
All right, but it's fascinating. I mean, I like to watch the Braves and Hawks play. If I can't frickin' find them, that kind of sucks, doesn't it?
Tribble thinks the Bally broadcast will look like Wayne's World. Next.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Welcome back to Dukes and Bell. Rob Tribble hanging out with Mike Bell. Carl got the whole week off. Got some breaking news. My buddy Vance just texted me. He's a member up at Bears Best. Guess who he's playing golf with today?
Wayne Newton.
Yes, you were correct. How did you know?
Who was he playing with?
Taylor Heineke.
No kidding.
Taylor Heineke playing golf. Got paired up with him.
Right?
Yeah. You know he averaged 47 yards a punt in college? Heineke did, so Falcons have a backup punter.
At ODU?
Yeah.
Okay. No, like you got a guy that, it was funny because some folks, and look, Ritter has never said anything, done anything wrong. He's just trying to make his way in the world as a third-round draft pick. So I think some of the hostility we've talked about, I wanted Ritter to be the guy. I think we projected too many things maybe onto Ritter because maybe he will be Russell Wilson, maybe he won't, maybe he'll be Dak, maybe he won't. But, that's why usually first-round quarterbacks make it happen, and guys like Purdy and Romo are the exception to the rule, let alone a Tom Brady in the sixth. But I like Ritter, but everything you hear about Heineke, you got to root for a guy like that too because he's grinding. And, he did everything he could on a Washington team that was pretty flawed. And, I think when you can go, whatever he does here in Atlanta or wherever else in the NFL, he can sit there 10, 20, 30 years from now and say, I gave Tom Brady all he could handle in the playoffs.
That's
and
right.
He did.
And he made a lot of money doing it.
Right.
Well, he's a good golfer because it's like federal law that a quarterback has to be a good golfer, right?
I have never played with an NFL quarterback. Now, again, Arch, by the way, Archer's taking a lot of my money. Arch is really good because all these guys, they're just, first off, they're quarterbacks, so they're
It's
natural
like Major League
athletes.
pitchers. They're all great.
Yeah, but they just can. Smoltz, of all the guys I've ever had a chance, I've only played with Smoltz once because then he got really big when he went to doing baseball full time on Fox. But back in the old days, but Smoltz is probably the greatest athlete golfer I've ever played with.
Well, yeah, he borderline qualified for U.S. Open. At least he tried to. Where are we going to see the Braves and Hawks now that Diamond Sports, Bally's declaring for bankruptcy? What are they going to have? One camera, and the guy that runs the camera does play-by-play in color? Is it going to look that bad? What's going on?
Rob, this is a time-honored tradition in America, protection through bankruptcy.
Yes,
You're
I
able
know.
to function and work, and obviously creditors eventually some will get screwed on this deal, but you'll still get your basic services. Clear Channel Radio years ago, Chapter 11, they went for bankruptcy, and they reemerged.
They got so big, they just bought every station known to man, and then all of a sudden...
Yeah, they came back as iHeartRadio, but in this case, things will still work. And I know it is confusing for a lot of our listeners. It's confusing for me too. But when you hear like Tom Glavine's going to be back in the broadcast this year, which is great. He technically these guys work for the Braves.
Yep.
It's kind of it's difficult. Like you're working for the Valley, but you are actually employed by I presume that's how it is for Brian Jordan and for Peter Moylan and everybody else. But I get what you're saying. A lot of guys are saying, will this affect the bottom line? I know a bunch of guys that were with Fox Sports that is now Valley. They were there when I was doing TV with them in the early 2000s. So yeah, you worry about guys getting, cost cutting, et cetera. But I don't know how this affects, to your point, anything. I don't think anything changes with our broadcast, right?
I just love the fact that I was giving so much money to MLB.com over the past year, and I'd forgotten about it because you could never get the Braves games on there. They always blacked them out.
It's true.
So what's the point?
Well, I'm on. See, here's the thing. I always. And I want to, before we get to the NFL Blitz, I want to make sure I'm not alienating people because, every time Carl and I say something about HBOs, I ain't got no HBO. Okay, I'm sorry. But in this case, I've got Bally Sports on DirecTV. Chris, how do you get Bally? What do you have, Comcast? What do you have at the house?
I have the SquidBilly promotional system.
Okay, so he's using the Fire Stick. So anyway, as far as now they're going to come looking for you, the cable police. Told you the story, right? When my dad passed away, and like about 6 months later,
he was stealing cable.
Oh yeah, Cablevision came to the house, and my dad literally had like 6 lines coming. There was a box, and the old man had one input, and he had a booster, and he had run it off to like 6 different televisions. And and my mom did the whole, I didn't know what he was doing, so they took pity on her as a widow, and they didn't, and so they didn't jam us up with like $7 zillion in back charges. But yeah, my old man was, because again, it was a ripoff. Cable is a ripoff, and it was a ripoff.
Well,
and the
I
old
think
man
cutting the cord might
thievery.
be. Cutting the cord might be as well because you forget all the things you sign up for because you have to do the a la carte thing. You have to go all over the place to find things you want to watch. Next thing you know, you're spending every bit as much.
Well, for instance, you look at the Oscars. I've never seen less movies that were Oscar nominated than this year because I'm watching more compelling content on Netflix and some of the other options I've got. Yep. And that's why the studios have pivoted. That's why you have the Paramounts and you have, Disney locks you in because you want to watch The Mandalorian and all this. But I got to be honest, I think no matter what your budget is, I think at some point you say enough is enough with all this a la carte programming.
Yep. All right, enough of that. Let's get to the NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Well, I guess the big news so far, Aaron Rodgers says he intends to play for the Jets. And he says the Packers and Jets need to work out the compensation, my
Let's
friend.
hear from Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee's show earlier today.
And so, again, this is why this is not a decision here. The decision, I think, was made in my mind, whether or not I was able to admit at that point, really on that Tuesday, I wanted to play. And then it was, how is my body feeling? Is it going to be able to hold up? So at this point, as I sit here, I think since Friday, I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets.
Hey.
And I haven't been holding anything up at this point. It's been compensation that the Packers are trying to get for me.
Now, what exactly are they trying to get for what it's worth? Tom Pelissaro reports that there is no agreement in place just yet. Obviously, the work continues. Yeah. There was a report earlier Wednesday that they were looking for two first-round picks. Some now people have backed off that. Pro Football Talk is saying that there's no confirmation that it's still the line in the sand is you got to give me 2 first-round picks for Aaron Rodgers.
And guess what, Jets fans? This time next year, he's going to be driving you crazy as to whether or not he's coming back or not. So good luck with that. Right?
Well, as we said, he went into the darkness, and in his quest for enlightenment and personal well-being, he still sounds as petty as a 12-year-old, and he still says the same things he says. And I get it. It's contentious with the Packers, just like with Lamar Jackson. The stuff that happened with Rodgers and the Packers going back to 2018 doesn't go back in the toothpaste tube. Those pieces don't go back together, and there's hurt feelings, and there's ego involved, and the general manager and the management group there. You remember the fans own the team up there. They're done with it.
Well, as far as Lamar Jackson goes, the durability, that's the issue that's biting him right now. A lot of teams like to kind of backload the quarterback situation, knowing the quarterback will probably still be around for that back end. I think Lamar wants all of his money as quickly as possible, and people were worried about him missing 5-6 games a year like he has over the past couple of years, right?
All of the capologists or the so-called, they're the math guys. Like, they went and looked at the comments that was tweeted yesterday by Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson goes and says, no, it wasn't $200 million guaranteed. It was more like 3 years, $133 million guaranteed. Right. And then people said, well, that's still a really freaking great deal, and you should have signed it. Because he's acting like an agent, leaking the portion of the negotiations he wants you to see. But if you had said that there was a portion of a 5-year deal where 3 years was guaranteed for $133 million, almost every agent that I read today says you got to take that deal. It's a pretty darn good deal.
Well, now did he inadvertently kind of provide a clear window as to what he'd be willing to settle for? Because he's not going to get what he wants. Yeah, I don't think.
It gets back to everyone just assumes by July 17th this guy. I don't know. Let Le'Veon Bell cut off his nose to spite his face with the Steelers a couple of years ago, and they estimated he lost, I think it was $32 million in value in what he should have made over the
and by the way, you talk about that, Le'Veon Bell, and I think AB was also not playing that year. Steelers had what? Continuity on the offensive line. They still had one of the top offenses in the NFL. That's why that's so important, the continuity. Hey, Orlando Brown, by the way, been to the Pro Bowl past 4 years.
Right.
Looking for a huge deal, of course. He wants left tackle money, but the league views him as a right tackle. Hey, go to a team with a left-handed quarterback, problem solved, right?
It's like when you play golf, like, dude, you're hitting on the wrong side. But yeah, that's a great logic, Rob. You can't argue with that logic. And I know that we had talked about him, but that would have been again, he's wanting big money. We've got Caleb McGarry back, and the market's settled. And whatever you guys think about what you wanted in free agency, there were never a lot of. There's not elite edge rushers. There were elite defensive tackles, but there weren't elite edge rushers. Right. And the wide receiver market is ice cold, and no one's overpaying for wide receivers. No one's going to give Odell Beckham what he wants. But then there is a guy like Orlando Brown, and you think he's going to reset the market at tackle. Not the case. We get McGarry back here, and this is a really good deal. This is a good deal for the Falcons, and I'm not sure if McGarry's happy. If he's unhappy, he was unhappy last year. He played his best Falcon football.
I think the Bears ought to scratch and claw to get him. Because you got to protect. You got to protect Justin Fields,
and you've got the money to do it. And that would take an offensive line that was woeful, and then you really truly have because they made the commitment for another year with Fields. Then you leave one way or the other. You know what you've got. You give. I don't think Claypool's an elite receiver, but you give him more weapons. Right? You got DJ Moore now, and you're right. Protect him. Help him out.
What do you think Carolina's going to do with the number 1 pick? It seems like C.J. Stroud might be the perfect temperament and everything else for Frank Reich, and not Anthony Richardson, who that's a very, very high risk, high reward type pick. I mean, we know the measurables are off the charts, but he is nowhere near polished.
I mean, some would say that they still might go with Bryce Young. I've read both. You have read the same things you've been reading. Bryce Young is a pocket passer. He does not move. You know, you're doing comps for these guys. The comp for him would be more about, Drew Brees. The comp for C.J. Stroud would be more like Joe Burrow, because Joe Burrow, he will move, but he preferred to obviously stay in the pocket. Stroud doesn't want to be a run-first guy, but as you saw against Georgia, if you're sending everybody down the field, he's going to chop. He'll run for miles and miles on you. What do you think, C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young?
I think C.J. number one. It seems like that's the good fit. And, Frank Reich has never been able to draft his own quarterback, by the way. He's always inherited guys, so he can get who he wants.
But there are still guys who are saying and writing, you guys have probably read the same stuff, that Anthony Richardson's on their radar.
Yeah.
I mean, number one?
Good for him.
That's insane. Because you've given up so much. You got to go get a guy who produces from the jump with less training on the job, and then that's got to be the right.
It's a classic thing, though. You could start a relationship with one of the sexiest, most charming, hilarious women in the world, but then you realize, oh God, she has a personality disorder. Same sort of. It's a metaphor, of course, because he's sexy in that way. But what if it doesn't work out? For whatever reason.
No, I mean,
you get so intoxicated by the potential of it, though. I get that.
Again, you got to be careful with the Me Too and everything else. Don't want to sound sexist. Chris has got his finger on the button, but I know where Rob's going with this. Sometimes some of those beautiful women are vacuous.
Yeah,
so some of us
too.
The guys. Some of the guys.
I just for that comparison. That's
I got a buddy of mine who was a tennis pro, great looking guy. I mean, there's not much going on up there, but he's killing it. But the girls, but guess what? You ever seen an interview? You watched the golf with Dustin Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly one of the world's great deep thinkers, but it's worked out okay for him. Hey, it's also working out pretty good for David Montgomery. 3-year, $18 million deal. We talked about what the Bears are doing. Lions and Bears former running back makes the deal. And again, Adam Schefter's got the report. Seattle running back Travis Homer, 2-year deal. So again, I guess Lions and Chris, I can't follow the lead. Where did Montgomery sign?
Detroit.
Sorry. Again, Detroit Lions and former Chicago Bears. I'm not trying to kill you on the sheet. I mean, I'm just, you had him in the past tense. But anyway, I digress. He's with the Lions now, and the Lions are a team that's on the come.
I think they are. Shouldn't the draft come before free agency, though? Or is this just the way to make it a little bit more challenging?
No, I think you should argue free agency then sets up the draft, where in the NBA, it kind of goes backwards, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And now, again, some things in the NBA, you're going to draft guys that take 3 or 4 years to develop anyway, so maybe it's a push. Mm-hmm. I like the way it works in the NFL.
Well, it's certainly good for us. I mean, free agency doesn't officially start until 4 o'clock, but now the news is already flowing. So.
Hey, and then finally, Chris, end the notes, which are well written and double spaced. James Bradbury returning to the Eagles. The dude who got popped for the holding penalty, and then he copped to it at the end of the Super Bowl. Some thought it was ticky-tack. 3-year deal worth $38 million. $20 million fully guaranteed, and $6 million in incentives. So the Eagles aren't losing everybody, but the Eagles are certainly redoing their roster. Fletcher Cox was getting old. They moved on from Hargrave. All the new guys step up on that defensive line.
We got Steve Holman coming up next, right?
Yep.
And one of my favorite things, I always tell him, he's my Al Seraldo, who was legendary Georgia Tech broadcaster. He's my Larry Munson. He's like Skip Carey and all the other guys. He goes, well, that's great, but I'm not dead yet. That's what he said, Steve Holman. So I'm stopping with that moniker. But the legendary Hawks broadcaster going to join us next. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 1990 game.
And then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Welcome back, Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 99 The Game. Rob Tribble hanging out for Carl, who's off all this week. Hawks back in action Friday night. Golden State comes to town, so let's talk to the voice of the Atlanta Hawks, one Steve Holman. Good afternoon, Mr. Holman.
Hello, Rob. How are you?
I am good. Golden State has the most bizarre home and road splits I think I've ever seen. 29-7 at home, 7-26 on the road.
The worst of a team of that quality.
Yeah.
The worst, yeah.
How do you explain it,
Yeah, well,
Sensei?
you know, the thing about the Warriors, though, they play tonight at the Lakers, and they're really starting to get it together now. You know, when we finish our games, I listen a lot to Tim Roy, who does on Sirius XM. You know, you can listen to the games, and I listen to their Golden State games, and they're really starting to get their act together now. The Warriors are. They're going to miss Andrew Wiggins. I guess he's going to be out for the rest of the year, but they're starting to play a lot better right now. And you know, Steph Curry, for just turning 35, is still he still gets it done every night.
You know, Steve, we got Quinn Snyder coaching on the fly, a staff that, you know, technically isn't his. It's Nate's staff. And there are some developments, and you're seeing Trae Young. We're talking about, you know, at least, you know, paying attention to the little things on defense. I mean, we've talked about, like, Steph Curry's never going to be considered an elite defender, but Trae seems to be more active defensively. Are you seeing that as a direct result of now a new boss calling the shots in Snyder?
I think so, and I think he's really responded to Quinn really nicely, too, the way that he's if you notice, his numbers have been really good since Quinn took over. The offensive numbers overall, I was just working on the stuff for Friday, and all of the Hawks' offensive numbers have moved way up since he came in. So I think that's a good sign that he's slowly but surely putting things in, working on the defense, too. Quinn himself said the other night that sometimes what's happening now is guys get open for threes, like what happened against Minnesota, because guys are over-helping. So these are the things that they're going to learn, and they had a full practice today. They're going to have another full practice tomorrow. So anytime you can have practice days, you know, that's a good thing, especially this time of the year, because really nobody gets to practice at this time of the year because the games are one right after another. So I think we've been a little lucky that they have a couple of days here. They had a day off on Tuesday, practice today and practice tomorrow, and then get ready for the game on Friday, and then we have another one Sunday afternoon in San Antonio.
You know, Steve, it seems like, you know, Quinn Snyder's known to be such a good teacher of the game. Psychologically astute, knows how to relate to players, his sense of humanity. We saw what he did for Damari Carroll a few years ago, basically enabled him to get a nice deal with Toronto. What can he do to help John Collins reach his ceiling? I'm not ready to give up on John Collins. I know he's rumored to be traded every week, but what do you think?
Well, I love John. You know, I think that I think one of the things that Quinn will do is help him improve too, like he has with all the other guys. And you know, they've really taken to him. And you got to remember, it's only been 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks Tuesday, I think, from the first game he coached. So it has been a whirlwind thing. But Quinn himself said that you know, the reason he jumped in like this was so he could take a look at everything and try to get those relationships going into the summer rather than just show up. You know, before training camp started or whatever. So he's going to take what he has now with these guys and build that during the summer. So I think it's really good for the relationships. And, you know, the win-losses, everybody wants to win. I mean, and he said the same thing the other night, too, that, you know, the wins are what we count, the wins and losses. But he just wants to see the team improve all the time, and he thinks they're making that kind of step in the right direction. And, you know, he wants them to be as good as they could possibly be when the season ends. I think the number 6 spot now is going to be very difficult to get. But if they can stay in the 7-8, you know, you get 2 cracks at it if you're number 7 or number 8. So if you win the 8-7, you all of a sudden, you know, you automatically become number 7. If you lose the 7-8, you play the winner of the 9-10, and you get to do that at home. So although they'd love to get to number 6, you definitely want to stay in that 7-8. And you know, possibly if you can grab number 7, you'd have home court against, say, if it's Miami, it looks like it probably will be, going to Miami be very tough. You know, the Hawks have had some really bad luck in Miami recently. So, you know, I think they'd love to be able to get to home court.
Again, guys, Friday night, Golden State's going to be a hot ticket, and I believe there were some standing room only still available, but it's a 92.9 The Game night, so watch for us. We'll be on the big screen doing stuff during timeouts, and at halftime, Rob and I will be on the floor. Going to be a lot of fun. Steve, as Quinn continues to evaluate, I mean, he came out of school with a couple of years under his belt at UVA. Is this as good as it's going to be for DeAndre Hunter in the league?
Well, I think so. I mean, he's one of the guys that, you know, I'll be interested to see how he takes to Quinn. You know, he's been a little more consistent, I think, offensively, certainly. So I think that's going to be a help. And his shot is so nice. I mean, and he can play defense too. I think that he just needs the proper motivation, and I think Quinn's going to, you know, supply that for him. And, you know, look at what he's done with Jalen Johnson already. Jalen has kind of emerged, and I know everybody's, you know, worried about AJ, but AJ is going to be fine. You know, he's part of the future with this team. And I think what Quinn said, I agree with him on this, is that, you know, he'd rather not play him than have him play 5 or 8 minutes a night, because that is something that you'll keep looking over your shoulder if you play only 5 or 8 minutes every night. And if you miss a shot, you start to worry about it, and then you're afraid to shoot. So I think he wants to get a good look at Jalen right now, and then, you know, the future will be AJ too. But if you can get Jalen, I know he loves Jalen, and he's really come out of his shell since Quinn took over. I mean, he's so long, and he can play defense. He can bring the ball up for a big guy. He can do so many things, and I think that's why they drafted him when they did. And I think it's really starting to pay dividends now for Jalen and for the team.
What have you noticed? What's your big takeaway so far under Quinn? So I've noticed, you know, you're scoring about 120 points a game. The offensive rebound has gotten better. It looks like some of the offensive sets are a little bit different, maybe innovative as well. What have you noticed, Steve?
Well, I think you're right. The offense has really, you know, come alive. I mean, they're scoring like crazy. You know, the defense has got to tighten up, but the offensive numbers are great. Trey, like we talked about at the beginning, has really responded. You know, over the last however many games that Quinn's been here, he's averaging almost 29 points and 10 assists per game, and his three-point shooting average has gone up. You know, all year he kind of struggled around the 31%, and he's all the way up to 34 now. And when they gauge three-point shooting, they always say 33 is like the number. You know, you should be 33 or better. So now he's up to 34 after kind of struggling during the year. So I think Trey has really responded, and you know, Quinn has been very upbeat about Trey and with Trey. You'll notice if you're at the games, you'll see him, you know, talking to him with his arm around him a lot. Same thing goes at practice and shoot around. You know, they've had some very good discussions, and I think Trey is I think the way Quinn said it was, he's like a sponge. You know, he's taking everything in right now. So I think that's a really good sign.
And you've seen him more engaged. It's one of the things we talked about. You know, if you go back and watch some of the games previously, Trey would be on one end of the bench, not necessarily involved. But you're right. He's much more engaged in that sense. Our man, bang! Steve Holman with his voice of the Hawks. He'll have the call on Friday against Golden State. We're kind of going through the roster. You like what you're seeing from Saddiq Bey, by the way?
Oh, Saddiq Bey, I'm in love with him already. I mean, just he's played 12 games I think with us so far, and you know, Nick and I, you know, we sit together in the back of the plane, and he just loves them too. I mean, and you know what I really like about Saddiq too is, you know, he's a tough guy. He's not going to back down. He's going to, you know, stick his nose in there. And his shot is so quick. I mean, he can get that 3-point shot off as fast as I've seen anybody in a long time do it. And I think that he's going to really be helped too, you know, by Kyle Korver. Kyle, you know, although he's the assistant general manager now, has really been helpful as far as, you know, teaching guys shooting and things like that. So I think that's really going to be good. And I love Saddiq Bey. I think that, you know, he's got the intestinal fortitude, as we like to say.
Got some edge. He's got some edge. Yeah.
Steve, what's your favorite era?
Onions, I guess we'd say, right?
Yes. Steve, what's been your favorite era of the NBA? Of course, the 80s are great, 90s. And the game got less physical in 2015 on purpose to kind of open things up. Before that, it looked like a battle scene from a Braveheart, basically. What's your favorite era?
Well, I like it all, really. I mean, it's every era has been different. Every era has its you know, great moments. I think the game now is fun. It's the athletes, the shooters are better than ever. I mean, if you go back into the 60s, 70s, and even into the early 80s and mid 80s, shooting wasn't like it is now. I mean, these guys can all shoot, including big men. So every era has been good. The 80s were great. Those battles that Dominique would have with the Pistons and with Larry Bird and the Celtics, and those were terrific. And the Michael Jordan years of the 90s, we had Smitty with us and Dikembe, and I really like that era too. And really, now I love the game. I mean, I think it's a lot of people complain that they don't like the way it's so wide open and the shooting and no hand checking, but it makes for a fun game. I mean, look at the Hawks are averaging 117 points a game. I mean, and that's really good. I mean, that's so I really like all the eras, and I never want to be one that's stuck in the time where you say, back in the day, this is the way we did it, and so I like it. I like the young guys playing. I mean, here's AJ, not even 20 yet, and until August. So, I mean, and Trey's 24. John Collins is like the old timer now at 26 or whatever. Bogey's 30. Everybody else is very young. So, I really enjoy it. It's fun for me every night.
I mean, offense is what every sport aspires for offense. The NHL scoring's up. Baseball, their new little experiment, Steve. The time is down and the scoring is up, which is perfect. And football, let's be honest, every rule has been for the offense in the last 20 years. It just every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to go. I mean, I don't think anybody wants to go to a baseball game and see it be 1-0, all the time.
Right.
I think they like to see the offense, and the same goes with basketball. And like you say, the football has opened up. It's been much easier for quarterbacks now, and some people think they overprotect them, but I don't think so, because that's where your money is. I mean, the quarterback is the position. So offense is the name of the game. I think that's the way it sells the game to kids. I think we've got a young fan base in the NBA now that's terrific, and maybe one of the youngest at all of the sports too, and because the NBA has been so good as far as the digital stuff and the interactive things with the Twitter and everything else, and they're moving more and more every day towards you can be involved in the game from your seats, and now that the gambling has been legalized in most states, so there's a lot of games that they'll have on TV, and on the other side of the screen you could do prop bets or whatever as the game's going on. So
yes, please.
I think as that, yeah, I know. As soon as that gets, we'll pass it here, I think, eventually.
Right.
I know that, all the pro sports teams here are working on that with the legislature, and but that adds something to it too. But just for kids that, they can't sit down and watch a baseball game on TV anymore. They have to have their phone out, and they're doing this and they're doing that at the same time. So if you can be interactive with the game, the NBA has even come up with some where you can put yourself right in the game. So I don't exactly know how it works, technology-wise, but these are all the innovations that the NBA has had, and that's why I think our fan base is very young and vibrant, and we still have the fans that have been around for a long time too. So that's what I really like that about the NBA, and Adam Silver's been good about that, and they just keep moving forward, and they've expanded the game internationally more, and I just think it's onward and upward.
All right, big guy. Have a great call on Friday. We'll see you down there. Again, 92.9 The Game will be down there for the broadcast and all the shenanigans. And Golden State going to be at packed house on Friday for St. Patrick's Day.
Yes, and it is St. Patrick's Day. I think you probably will be well aware of that on Friday.
Yes, we'll be well oiled up by the time we get on the hardwood.
Yes, I bet you will. I'll come by and see you.
All right, brother. That's
all right, you guys.
Bang! Steve Holman. Hey, coming up next, Chris has got Yeah Man, No Man on Dukes and Bill.
Odyssey celebrates women's. game.
Hey, man, Robbie Tribble, crazy Robbie Tribble in for Carl Dukes today. Hump Day tomorrow. Lots of fun. Hitting the road for the tournament. It's going to be Hooters, the Taj Mahal Hooters, as we like to call it up there at Mall of Georgia in swinging Buford. Rob has put out the call. He's looking for cougars. So, ladies, if you'd like to date a relatively unstable radio host in his post-50s, it's time
Relatively.
now. Get to talk to Robbie.
Mostly.
Come and sample the goodness. And this is, by the way,
confused.
This is not a contest or is in no way affiliated with the radio station or its sponsors. And with that, we turn it to Chris and some Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like I should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
He's 6'1", not really, from Florida, Kennesaw State, and gives rapid-fire questions. It's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Beau Morgan. Brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce. Bigger, better, bolder.
All right, what you got, Chrissy?
Well, the Ezekiel Elliott era in Dallas is officially over. And with that comes one of the greatest overpays in NFL history. So, yeah, man, no man. The days of the big running back contract are over in the NFL.
Guess Derrick Henry's would be the last big one then, right?
It'll go in cycles like it always does. Well, we're not drafting running backs early in the drafting. Well, everything goes in cycles. That day's going to come back where they probably do that.
Well, I mean, right now, football, it's a throwing game. Your running back's got to be able to catch balls out of the backfield. I mean, the Derrick Henry is kind of like the aberration. You know, I mean, you think about, you know, there's a couple, you count them on 3 fingers, you know, those kind of dudes. Who am I forgetting? The Raiders running back who basically didn't get his contract re-upped.
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs.
Yep.
I mean, there's a couple of guys that are like the workhorse. But Algier, that's why we're still going to go get another running back, because they're kind of become like Doritos. General managers are like, hey, we'll make more. Yeah. And I'm with Chris. I just think the wide receivers, defensive edge, you know, edge rushers, those guys are getting crazy loot. I mean, but the running backs have become devalued just because you feel you get 5 or 6 good years out of them and then they break down.
Like I said, everything goes in cycles, though. I mean, when they started throwing the ball around, what happened?
Well,
you see a Seattle Seahawks team win a...
The NFL's not going to turn into rugby. I mean, this is going to...
it's not, certainly, but Atlanta certainly emphasizes the run quite a bit.
Right, and I do think...
And I still think that's sexy, though, if you can run the ball. Maybe.
Right, and I love Algier, and it makes the game go faster, keeps the defense off the field, but we will get somebody to supplement Algier just for... You can't run him into the ground. That's just common sense.
You brought up our buddy John Smoltz earlier. Well, ironically enough, I have some audio from John. He was on the Pure Athlete podcast. You tell me after you hear the audio, yeah, man, no man. John has a point, or he's being get off my lawn guy.
And I promise you, 1991 Game 7 was exactly like it was in Lansing, Michigan, throwing outside my brick wall at home. In every moment, I anticipated that's what I would do. But, you know, life and sports can be cruel. It doesn't guarantee the success, but it prepares you for the moment. And if we've lost the dreaming for our kids because we've been told or we're telling them this is what you must do and this is how you do it. So we've gapped the time of their ability to go outside and create games and play with their buddies and think about great things. It's all done now in a video game. Their imagination is in a video game.
You and I were just talking about this the other day.
Straight up facts. Absolutely.
Now, again, I don't have children because I'm too irresponsible, and so's Rob, too. But if I did, I'd like to think that I would treat them the way my dad did with me, which is, you know, a lot of sports. Play everything you want. Play everything you want. Try everything. You know, the only thing I didn't get to play, which I wanted to, was lacrosse, but that ran the same time as baseball. If I could do it all over again, I'd play lacrosse because I love that sport.
Yep.
Love the hitting, love the violence, you know, I mean, just love the action. But as far as, you know, John Smoltz, he's 100%. I mean, kids... I talk to kids all the time in my neighborhood. They do let me interact with kids, you know, with adult supervision.
That's right.
But
just stay 50 yards away from the grammar school.
But the over specialization we've already talked about, and then the nature of how the society is these days. Kids doing the things which we used to do, which is pickup games. To John's point, everybody we'd play roller hockey. We'd play roller hockey, and when the weather was cold, we'd go out on the ice and we'd ice skate. It just seemed like every day until your mom would scream out, right. Mikey, Robbie, whatever, come home. You'd be out in the woods playing.
Look what's going on now. Every hour, every spare hour the kid has is now choreographed. They're having to be shuffled off to some event. Right. Of course, the imagination's been clearly just obliterated.
I guess athletics is the one place where kids can be told they can be exceptional because everyone else is telling them you can't be exceptional anymore. But that's a whole other argument.
That's a story for another day. All right, guys, we got to break a little early here because
what's up?
Connor Riley at 4:00, and then at 4:20, a very special guest that you're going to have to stay tuned to find out who that is.
Is it Wayne Newton?
Richard Dawson. Charles Nelson Riley?
Well,
J.P. Morgan.
Mike, let's be honest. Richard Dawson would be problematic in 2023.
That's right.
I think he'd be canceled by now. All right, with that, we are brought to you by the W Sauce, Bigger, Better, Bolder, and by the Georgia Hemp Company. SquidBilly 10 is the promo code to save yourself 10% off your next order. Hit the music, Turtle.
I mean, I know that Smoltz has got strong opinions, but I like it. It's nice and it's refreshing in 2023 guys having strong opinions, and I am agreeing with those strong opinions.
We have a stunted generation of kids nowadays, my friend.
I hear you, man.
Socially awkward, always on their phone, all the things.
Look a man in the eye and shake his hand,
They're
for God's
soft.
sakes.
Yes.
Straighten up. Get off your TikTok. We'll come back. It's a pro day for the dogs. Jalen Carter put on 9 pounds. All of a sudden, he's Fat Albert now. We'll get into that next.
Sports Radio 90. Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Yeah, man, a little early today. We got a special guest coming up, 4:20. It is football related. And somebody you might want to hear because you maybe never heard from him before, so stay tuned for that. Hey, man, on the waitfor.com hotline, let's talk some dogs with our man, Connor Riley. Hey, Connor, the pro day for the dogs, and it's basically all the guys I'd say right now. I mean, there's about 7 or 8 guys I'd love to see in a Falcons uniform. That just doesn't seem to happen. But a lot was made about what Jalen Carter did and didn't do, and also his size went up a little bit. What do you make of that?
Yeah, measured in at 323 pounds, only did his positional drills, no 40, no agility drills, no things like that. Struggled to get through his drills. I think you can understand why maybe he's not in tip-top shape at this point in time, given all that he has surrounding him. And I'm sure there are going to be a lot of questions surrounding, obviously his arrest, his character, his background. Just about every teammate that was there today that we spoke to was asked about Jalen Carter, what kind of teammate he is. They all rave about him. Kirby Smart raved about him today. But NFL teams have a lot of questions that need answered with regards to Jalen Carter. I believe the extent of his legal troubles are what have been presented. I don't expect anything new to come out with regards to that. And personally, while today I think did not go great for Carter, and I don't believe he put his best forward in terms of on-field workouts, at the end of the day, I mean, you turn on his tape, and he's very clearly one of the best players in college football in the past decade. I don't think a Georgia player has had a more dominant stretch than he did in the back half of this season for Georgia. And ultimately, I find it hard to believe that even though, yes, he has some obvious questions and some things he needs to answer for, I find it hard to believe he's going to fall out of the top 10, just given what kind of talent he is at the position that he plays.
I really did feel at the time, just because of how things go when you were on top of the mountain, and I was worried that, ESPN would send some of those guys, the hyphenated name guys who do the Barry Bonds stories. I thought there might be some deep dive. Have you heard anything about national folks, poking around Athens to get under the fingernails since that all went down?
No, obviously the Atlanta Journal-Constitution has done a lot of reporting on this, and Kirby Smart answered a lot of questions with regards to that yesterday and again today, sort of speaking about the character and the culture of the program there. It's one of those things where, I don't believe it's a systemic issue. This is a thing where you look at these incidents, yes, it's racing and it's reckless driving, and obviously it results in the tragic loss of life with Chandler LaCroix and Devin Willock, and that's going to be something that is going to continue to haunt this Georgia team, and this Georgia program for the rest of the 2023 season and probably even years to come after this, just given how young they were and the loss of life they have there. But, every 18 to 25-year-old drives fast. Some of the things that have happened this offseason, I would say would classify as isolated incidents, and I don't believe it's systemic of some larger culture issue that they have there. And so, look, these national people, they can come in and nobody had any problems throwing out their columns and throwing out their takes and their culture thoughts and opinions on what Georgia is doing and what it needs to be. And yes, Georgia needs to be better and obviously prevent things like this from happening. But as someone who's around this program every day, most of the people in and around this are following the rules and are doing the right things and aren't, out there getting arrested and things along the lines of that. So, yeah, there's a few isolated incidents out there and yes, we're just going to have to answer that. But personally speaking here, I don't believe this is systemic and a larger issue than what it is and what it has been this offseason.
All right, Connor, let's talk about Mike Bobo. Is he going to run the Georgia offense, maybe with some tweaks, some of his individuality inserted in, or is he going to have complete autonomy?
Yeah, I think it's going to be similar to what we've seen in years past under Kirby Smart and what that looks like. Obviously, this offense, I think, is going to be a little different because they're going to have to make some tweaks. Oscar Delp is a guy who's going to step in for Darnell Washington, but he's not Darnell Washington. Darnell Washington is 6'7". He measured in today at 272 pounds. There aren't human beings like that, and there aren't tight ends that are willing to block the way and make an impact in that manner of the game the way Washington is. Conversely, they bring in 2 talented wide receivers from the transfer portal and Dominic Lovett and Ra Thomas. Marcus Rosemy-Jacksain, I know it's drills on air. He looks really impressive today, catching passes from Stetson Bennett. You bring back Glad McConkey as well. Brock Bowers is back. I think, they're going to be maybe a little bit more reliant on the receivers than their tight ends this season. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Bowers being an exception there, but he's always an exception. And so I think maybe personnel-wise it might force this offense to look a little different, but schematically, and they've said as well, verbiage-wise, it's not going to be a drastically different offense than going from Todd Monken to Mike Bobo.
It is our man, Connor Riley. Guys, don't forget you can watch us on Twitch and on YouTube. Just type in Dukes and Bell 929. Actually, all you're going to see of Connor is a headshot because he's in Athens. But it was Georgia's Pro Day. You mentioned Bennett. I saw some drops. I saw some good throws, some bad throws. What do you think of what Stetson was doing today?
Yeah, it wasn't a perfect day from Stetson. He probably threw it better at the NFL Combine there. But I think when you play as well as you did in front of all those scouts at the Combine, I don't want to say today wasn't important for Bennett because it very clearly is, but he answered a lot of questions with how he performed at the NFL Combine there today, and he still, I think, went out and showed good arm strength. Again, not a perfect player. He's not going to be one of the first 4 quarterbacks taken in this year's NFL draft, but I do think he is someone who is a draftable quarterback and is someone who is going to make an NFL roster next year. And, I mean, there were people as recently as 2-3 months ago that were saying that wasn't going to happen. And so it speaks to, the development that Bennett has had, obviously working within Georgia's system there, but the growth that he has made as an individual. A lot of people, quite frankly, didn't think he could continue to get better. He did that in the 2021 season when he led Georgia to a national championship. And then coming back last year, there were a lot of people who thought he had maxed out his abilities. He proved a lot of people, myself included, wrong again and went out and won another national championship with Georgia, was a Heisman finalist along the way. And I know some people might doubt this. He was a significant reason why Georgia won it all last season. And so he's going to go, and obviously he's going to continue to answer questions and go through the NFL draft process. But he's a guy who I expect his name possibly early on day 3, 4th round, maybe early 5th round, hear his name called. And it's worth, as much as we talk about the quarterbacks and the success that Georgia has had at that position, there have only been 2 quarterbacks drafted from Georgia since Matt Stafford went number 1 overall, and both of those guys, Aaron Murray and Jake Fromm, were 5th-round picks. And there's a real chance that Stetson Bennett goes ahead of both of where those 2 guys were taken. And those guys were seen as, during their college career, certainly as much more talented, much better, much more impactful players. And it just speaks to the growth and development that Stetson has had over the course of his career to where that is where he is entering the NFL draft.
Is this quarterback competition a little bit more intense than we may realize? Everybody automatically is assuming Carson Beck's going to be the guy, but Brock Vandagriff may have something to say. And Gunnar Stockton seems to be off the radar a little bit.
Yeah. I think here today, Carson is probably still the favorite. I think his experience and what he has shown, it doesn't give him, say, a significant leg up, but it is, I think, something to be noted there. And I'm not surprised that Brock Vandagriff is going to push and make things difficult for this coaching staff. He was a really talented player, a great player out of Prince Avenue Christian, won a state championship his last year there, and has all the athletic tools that you'd want. He's bulked up. He is someone that has focused on getting better and knows that this is an opportunity for him, and knew that this opportunity was going to be coming when Stetson announced that he would be coming back next year. Gunnar Stockton as well. I know Kirby Smart said that Carson Beck and Brock Vandagriff are going to start getting first-team reps. The longer this competition goes on, the more maybe that plays into Gunnar Stockton's hands, just because it gives him a chance to catch up. Because, well, yes, he impressed last year on the scout team. Carson Beck's been here for 3 years. Brock Vandagriff, this is his 3rd season in the program. Those guys are veterans at this point. And Beck in himself is an anomaly. There are not a lot of recent examples of blue-chip quarterbacks, which Carson Beck was, sticking it out until their 4th year to be starting quarterbacks potentially. So there's a lot on the line. And look, Georgia, I know people want to maybe hear a starter named quickly. Georgia's going to take this as long as they need to figure out and make sure they get this quarterback position right, because I think as we've seen in recent years, as talented as the rest of this Georgia team is, in key situations in late big games against talented teams, Ohio State, Alabama's of the world, you need a quarterback who can make those throws. And so they're going to try and exhaust every option possible to find out whether that is Carson Beck, Brock Vandagriff, or Gunnar Stockton.
It is Connor Riley from Dog Nation. Guys, follow him at Connor Riley on Twitter. And Bobo has a relationship with Stockton and the recruiting. And so that's Bobo does really well in that department as well. So yeah, that relationship continues. Getting back to today's pro day with all the scouts out there in Athens at Butts-Mehre Building, you think Nolan Smith is going to be a star in the NFL? We had Chuck Smith on earlier in the week. We know the measurables. We know the leadership. Just didn't get to see all of them this last year because of the injuries. What do you think Nolan Smith's going to be at the next level?
Again, injuries. The only reason I think Nolan isn't a star at the next level is either he goes to a team that can't quite figure out how to best play him and what his best position might be. And I know a popular comp for him has been Hassan Reddick, a guy who bounced around early in his career in the NFL before really blossoming into one of the better players in the league this year for the Philadelphia Eagles, or injury. From a mentality standpoint, Nolan has everything I think you'd want in a football player, in a leader, in a representative for your organization. He arrived at Georgia with great expectations, and I think he helped meet and deliver those in his time at Georgia. Won back-to-back national championships, has elevated where this program has become and what it has turned into, and I think he deserves some credit for that as an individual, just given his leadership abilities and what he has proven on the field. I know people are going to always judge him by his lack of sacks, but he did everything I think you'd want an outside linebacker to do in terms of all those little things, setting the edge, being a physical run defender, being a presence in that front seven. They take a lot of pride in the fact that Georgia, every year Nolan Smith was in Athens, they had a top 10 run defense, and I think he's going to bring that element to an NFL team. And, obviously, we never truly know these guys, and drafting isn't an exact science, but, as someone who's gotten to cover him and has somewhat gotten to know Nolan and knows his story well, it's really cool to see all the hard work that he has put in, especially, in these last couple of months post tearing his pectoral muscle. It's really cool to see that pay off and see him be a guy who, some people thought might be a fringe first-round pick to being a guy that goes in the teens and possibly even in the top 10.
My mic on. All right, Connor Riley, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much.
Yep, no problem.
Rob just failed his 3-cone drill and his mic drill right there.
Well, at least I'm not eating my way out of the first round, I guess.
Again, but the thing about Jalen Carter,
He's distracted.
We're breaking a little early, as Connor pointed out. There's been a lot going on, and again, but this is the stuff, as Randy Mack pointed out earlier in the show, on his show with Andy today, that some personnel people just harp on. And, look, Warren Sapp had the rumors about his big loving the weed, and that's why he slipped down to where, at the time, guys, there was no filter when Rich McKay was putting together one of the best defenses in NFL history when he was the Bucs GM, and he sapped up Warren Sapp. If Jalen Carter is there at 8, run, don't walk. Well, you don't anymore. You punch it on the computer. But
punch it on the computer, yeah.
But that would be amazing for this team. And just because you did Onyemata, guys, that's not going to preclude you from drafting a guy like Jalen Carter if he's available. That's a no-brainer. Same thing if there's a big-time tackle that maybe slides somewhere. Hey, we got a big guest coming up next. Guest we haven't had a chance to talk to because he's one of the newest Falcons. We couldn't say his name before 4 o'clock because he technically wasn't a Falcon until then. We're going to talk to Jonnu Smith, the new tight end.
Pass-catching tight end,
You're darn right he is, Trips. He's coming up next on Dukes and Bell with Robbie.
to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell on a busy hump day. Robbie Tribble, not Rob. Robbie's in for Carl today. And as we say on Twitter, filling in for Carl Dukes keeps Rob Tribble off the streets.
Keeps me off the streets, man.
So
that's always a good thing.
That. Hey, we will talk to Jonnu Smith, the newest member of one of the newest members of the Falcons. I guess technically McGarry's one of the newest members because he was off and I was back on. But we can reset some of the stuff as we're getting Jonnu on the phone right now. The former Titan, former Patriot, who's got a lot of experience with Arthur Smith. But yeah, man, McGarry's back. At a contract which is certainly Falcon friendly. We've already talked about Bates.
What about $4 million a year, less than what the franchise tag would have been?
And it's funny because Trey Young, by the way, earlier today we did not mention it in the NFL Blitz, but Darius Slay got cut by the Eagles. Bradbury resigns, but Slay gets cut, and immediately let's give some love to Ice Trey. Trey Young's out there on social media going Atlanta. And so he's recruiting him. And so I do appreciate Trey. And maybe, look, technically we do have the coin if we were to go down that road. Maybe we're going to draft a corner. Anyway, let's talk to our newest tight end. He joins us on the WadeFord.com hotline. Hey, man, Jonah, welcome to Atlanta, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, man.
All right, your thoughts.
Welcome to Atlanta. That's kind of been a theme. That's kind of been a theme of the day, man.
Right.
I got to have that song playing in the car later.
Yes, sir.
And you are a player, and we're going to watch you play, man. Can't wait.
All right. Now you're a Falcon. It seems kind of surreal when you go from Tennessee, you go to New England. Now you're down here, and I know you got some prior exposure to Arthur Smith.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Artist, man. That's my guy right there, man. Just a true genuine person, man. You know, to be able to reconnect with him, it means a lot to me.
I know that we like his style, Jono, because he seems like a no BS kind of guy. I mean, he just tells it like, is that what you've had your experience with? He tells it like it is?
Who's that, Art?
Yeah.
Yeah, Art, man. That's just who he is, man. He got a sense of humor to him, man, once you get to know him, man. But he a hard-nosed, blue-collar guy, man. He come in, you know, he put his work in, he work his ass off, man. You know what I mean? He takes his job very seriously, man. You got to respect that out of him. And he expects that, you know, from all of his guys. And, you know, that's why, you know, he's going to have a lot of success.
All right, you're up in New England. You got any Bill Belichick stories? You have to. Did you get a stop for a pop quiz in the hallway? What happened?
Oh man, I'm gonna keep the Bill Belichick stories in house, man. I'm gonna keep them in house, man. You never know what happens in the future. You know what I mean? I want to stay in good graces with old Bill, man. So I'm gonna keep everything in house. Great. I got nothing but great and positive things to say about Bill, man. You know, arguably the greatest head coach of all time. I learned a lot from him. I'm thankful for the opportunity I had in New England, man. It was, you know, it was a great experience, you know, but I'm on the bigger and better things, man, and I'm grateful for this opportunity.
It is Jonnu Smith, guys. He's a Falcon. Arthur Smith gets his guy back, so we're going to see him catching passes in what could be a really dynamic offense. And again, we're not going to put words in your mouth, but it was a little strange last year offensively. They had some issues. I know the coaching staff seemed like it was a bit funky. What was Mac Jones like to play for? It seemed like he was frustrated at times last year.
Yeah, no, Mag is a wonderful talent, man. He's a hard worker, an amazing talent. You know, a lot of guys, man. You know, just the offense in general, man. We as a whole, well, they now it's not we, but those are still my guys, man. But you know, they were, you know, the offense just wasn't in sync, and you know, we just couldn't get on the same page, and a lot of guys took a step back. And we got to look at ourselves, each individual person, we had to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, okay, what could we do to provide some light to this offense, man? And that was kind of the theme week in and week out. You know, and still gave ourselves a chance towards the end of the season to kind of make a playoff run, you know, just because of the talent that we had. You know, but didn't get it done, man. So, you know, but I'm sure, you know, hopefully, hopefully they don't get anything done over there no more. So.
I'm curious about your journey.
Love, though.
You go to Florida International. Did you go to college as a tight end, and when did it occur to you that you could make it in the NFL?
Man, I kind of really this has been my lifelong dream. You know, since I was a kid, man. I remember the first time I laid eyes on a game of football, I just fell in love with it. I was so fascinated with the game, and just you know, it was just like poetry to me. You know what I mean? So, but being in the NFL was a dream of mine since I was a kid. But when I really realized I was going to play NFL football was when I was 17 years old. I was in training camp and in college, and I was just killing guys. I was just out there just killing guys, man. And I was like, I'm really better than everybody here. You know what I mean? I realized that. And, they realized it, and they were the ones telling me first. And I was like, you know what? I really am going to play in the NFL. And here I am, man. So it's a pleasure. It's a dream come true of mine. I'm grateful. I'm blessed. I'm I'm the happiest man alive, man. I really am.
That's awesome to hear, man. For guys, our first chance to talk to Jonnu Smith, who's now with the Falcons, reunited with the old boss, Arthur Smith. And since we just had the Combine, you actually really showed out at the Combine, too. So if guys didn't know about you, they did. You were a top 100 pick thanks to the work. What was the Combine experience like back in the day?
The Combine was great, man. It was the first couple of days was rough because they got us, up all day and, not much time to rest that night. That was a little grind. But just being out there, I think to me, the funniest thing about the Combine was, just being around the guys, getting to meet a lot of the guys from across the country and, just sharing those conversations and sharing our different experiences and journeys to the Combine, man. And it was something that you watch as a kid, man. You know what I mean? Man, when I get to the Combine, I'm going to run this fast. I'm going to jump this high. I'm going to lift this much and to be able to go out there and do it. And like you said, I had a pretty good Combine, man, so it was an awesome turnout for me. And I had a hell of a day. And, I had so much fun that day, man. It's something I'll never forget. And we took home a bunch of gear, too. Nike, Adidas, I know. That was one of my favorite parts, man. I probably still got some of that gear.
Nice.
Dude, you seem to conduct yourself with such gratitude, being in the moment. Where did you get that from? I think you're sincere.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's just it's just how I was raised, man. I come from a tough background, a tough city. I've seen a lot of things, man. Life could have went a different way for me, so I'm glad that it went this way. So it's just, I'm very grateful and thankful to be here. It's a blessing, and man, God has just been so instrumental in my life.
It is cool to talk to Jonnu Smith, guys, and I got a lot of folks who are excited because we just think it. Now, again, I'm not asking you to give us some of the game plan. You just got signed, but it seems like between Pitts and London, what else we're going to do, we got a chance to really kind of create some mismatches, right, on the offensive side.
I'm not saying nothing. You won't get a peep out of me, man. You will not get a peep out of me, but great guys, a lot of great talent, like you said. Just to piggyback off of that, man. A lot of places to put us. That's all I got for you.
Did they talk to you and tell you what? I mean, I know your role, but what do they expect your role to be?
I ain't got nothing for you. You trying to get it out of me? I ain't got nothing for you.
I'm just trying to say.
No, man, but our man, me and Art had a lot of success in Tennessee, and we just want to continue to build off of that, which we had pick back up where we left off, man, and surpass that. Right. We got high expectations here. Art built this locker room with a lot of great guys, man. I think that's most important. Of course, talent, but to be around a group of guys, that just are good people at heart, man. I think, that's where championship football really comes into play, when you become selfless, when you think about your teammates, when you're doing it for a bigger purpose than yourself. So he's surrounding this locker room with a ton of guys like that, man. So I'm just excited to be a part of it.
What number are you going to wear this year?
I'm rocking the 81.
You're going to stick with the 81. That's cool. Hey, man, we really appreciate your
that
time. I'm a big fan, man. You actually built me up. You actually did some inadvertent therapy. I was kind of lethargic today. Your energy and positivity, I appreciate you,
Love
brother.
to hear it, man.
I'm just giving back what they gave me. I walked in this building and I said, I'm home.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Awesome.
So I'm just giving back, man. I'm having a great day. It's one of the best, probably the best day in my football career, man. I haven't felt like this in a while, so it's a really good feeling to feel this way.
All right, man. Can't wait to see you out there at Flowery Branch and then see you in action this season, man. We'll be talking to you a lot. Thanks, Jonnu. Congratulations.
All right, man. I'll see you guys. All right.
You got it, man. There he is, number 81. And as Rob said, I mean, there's some really good dudes we get the chance to talk to over the course of the year.
Yeah, you can feel that energy coming over the phone.
And look, as I said to him, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but New England can be a real purgatory for some guys. And
it can be.
And just by the nature of where it was in the post-Tom Brady world, it's not the same dynamic. We know a bunch of guys who coach up there. I just talked with Goose. George Gossi talked about it. Like, it's not like Belichick's a miserable, joyless guy, but it's just different. They kind of screw things up. Josh McDaniels, guys, is a tough guy to play for. Only a bunch of guys have been able to.
Right.
They're kind of currently deconstructing the Raiders by trading their best players and letting their best players go. So I don't know what's going on there. And then, as he said, he gave you like kind of a scratch the surface. That's a them problem. But they were a mess. You can't have guys who never coached offense coaching offense at the pro level. Dude,
pro level, yeah.
It's hard enough for you to do it as a dad coaching Pop Warner, right? Imagine trying to do it at the NFL level. But as Rob said, there's an energy there, and he's happy because he knows he's going to flourish in the system.
Yeah, I might have to get his
has.
jersey, man. Terrence Mathis should be very proud that he's going to be wearing his old jersey.
No, but when you talk about 11 touchdowns in 2 years, 8 touchdowns was his high water mark with the Titans, playing for Vrabel and playing for Arthur Smith. I mean, you know what he's able. And then, as we said, he's not going to give you the secret sauce. But if you go get another wide receiver, and you can do that in the draft, you can do that through free agency because they're getting cheaper and cheaper by the minute. If you give Ritter the chance to, again, got to see what that left guard's going to be. You give him a chance to, look around the field, man. You got the mismatches we were really hoping to see in last season. We just didn't see it all the way through because Pitts got hurt. Right? I mean, that might have really been an eye-opener for Ritter, for folks trying to evaluate what Ritter was had Pitts been out there, too.
Right. What Falcons have about $38 million left under the cap. Got the draft coming up as well. Still other work to be done. Can't wait to see how the I like what they've done so far.
Right, and I know
it hasn't been exactly the most sexy thing in the world, but it certainly has been highly functional.
But in this case, and we said it, there was really, when you don't have like the big time edge rusher, I mean, there's nobody that would compare to like the guys that, I've got to get that guy. Like it's not like Aaron Donald was out there in free agency, or it's not like take one of the Boses or something, or somebody of that ilk. This was a real workman-like kind of free agent class, and nobody is biting on wide receivers right now. Nobody's giving wide receivers really big money, so that's going to come back to us. I know everyone covets some name brands, and maybe we'll get a name brand wide receiver to add to the list and do it for pennies on the dollar. The guard position, we talked about it earlier. Maybe it will be Elijah Wilkinson if he can stay healthy. He was really good before he got hurt, and then we had to plug in the revolving door at the left guard position. So. A lot of moving parts. Still a lot of work to be done.
Well, this is the first offseason I've actually been enthusiastic about the Falcons in quite some time.
Hey, by the way, the Darius Slay, I don't know if they're inclined to go get Darius Slay, but if you pulled the trigger on Jesse Bates and you add Darius Slay to A.J. Terrell and you draft an edge rusher.
Forget it.
Hello.
There you go. There you go.
That would be called defense.
Yes.
Defense. We've had no defense. See, aren't you feeling better? Guy yesterday at the end of the show goes, Mike, relax. I'm relaxed. You relax. We'll come back. All right, I got a couple of things for you. Robbie's worried about what's going on with Bally Sports with all this Chapter 11.
No, you made me feel bad.
Well, I'll explain further. Also, I got a party for you, Georgia Tech fans. I think you're going to like this one. You've been to this one before. It's pretty sweet.
Geritol shots?
No, well, you may break a hip, but I'll explain coming up next.
Odyssey celebrates.
Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yes! If you're looking for shenanigans, you come to the right place. Hey, guys, if you missed our conversation with the newest Falcon, Jonnu Smith, a lot of guys hitting us up on the text line. Guys are commenting on YouTube and on Twitch, where you can follow us, too, guys. Just type in Dukes and Bell 929 Atlanta. Either way, you'll find it. But a lot of guys kind of echoing Rob Tribble's sentiments, saying, boy, you can tell he's excited to be here. And that's really cool, because a lot of people look at Atlanta like, who's coming to Atlanta? Yeah. That's an old narrative, man.
Love that dude's energy, man.
Yeah,
Very optimistic, and it seemed it was sincere.
Right. And
gratitude, all the stuff we could learn from young Jonnu Smith.
But you're coming from a Patriots team where it's just not the same Patriots team to a Falcon team that we're continuing to make moves. I know that a lot of guys are kind of like shrugging over the Caleb McGarry, but you didn't have to go into the draft and worry about what you're getting. You do know what you've got. Call it a low ceiling or a ceiling. He's a good run blocker. He's not a great pass blocker. We'll talk plenty more about the Falcons' moves and how Trae Young is now getting involved in free agency at 5 o'clock. Hey, a couple of things. We'll be at Hooters, by the way, tomorrow. Mall of Georgia. Join the party. Welcome to the party, pal. It's going to be the first day of the tournament. Technically, it did start last night, and we'll have more tournament action for you tonight at 6:30. But we'll be up at Hooters watching all of the action. Get your brackets filled out and be ready to roll. And we'll have some Hey Man on draft. Should be a good time. And come see Rob Tribble. Rob's putting it out there. Putting his name on the street for the ladies to swing by. So if you really want to, if you're one of those women who likes a guy who's a project and you think you can fix him, this guy's perfect for that. So come and see us. Hey, here's a project for you.
I didn't break you, I can't fix you, pal.
Here's something I just saw today. And I was talking to a buddy of mine who lives in Orlando who's a big Florida State booster, as in, like, he's got the sweet kind of booster. And he was talking about this Ireland trip, and I was waiting to see if this was going to happen. And then it was a dual announcement from Florida State and Georgia Tech that in the end of August in 2024, Georgia Tech, who played Boston College back in 2016 in Dublin, is going back to Dublin, to that Avia Stadium where they play rugby and soccer and other stuff. And all I can say is giddy up. I haven't been to Ireland in 13 years.
Never been. Always wanted to go.
Oh, you'd love it.
I got to get to Scotland to play golf.
Yeah. Well, we were supposed, my wife and I, for what it's worth, we were going to go out there. That was the trip before COVID hit. We were going to go to Scotland and Ireland. See I got my mom's side. I got second cousins over there, but it was going to be a big old trip. Dublin is a fantastic town. It's easy to get around. The bar scene, Temple Bar, that region is just unbelievable. So, needless to say, I am pretty excited about this one. Because the Seminoles are unconquered when it comes to a party, and now we're taking it international.
When you have to go over there, do you have to say you're from Canada because they hate the ugly Americans?
No, dude, that's a misnomer.
Is that, well, yes. I haven't been there.
It all depends on, again, if you're going to hang out at the Sorbonne in Paris with a bunch of college kids, they probably hate everybody.
Well, that's true.
But if you're
even themselves, especially themselves.
But I've been to, I say this all the time to SquidBilly. If you go to I was in Belgium for the Belgian Grand Prix, and it's just blue collar guys, the same kind of people you would see at a NASCAR race like Atlanta this weekend, except Formula One is obviously a different discipline. Right. But you've got people who like the same stuff we like and would like to call it bougie or whatever. They like nice cars and they like to have fun and they go do their thing. So there's people like that all over the world. You just never hear about it. All you hear is the people that hate us.
That's true.
But they still love us in Ireland, thanks to JFK and also Clinton, because of the peace accords they do dig that. So for what it's worth. Hey, man, and Georgia Tech, just while I'm on the subject, it's one of those rivals that I wish they keep and maintain in whatever the Pods ACC is going to put together. Maybe, Rob, I don't know if this resonates because you've been here longer than I have. I always felt that Georgia Tech and FSU, and they have Georgia Tech, obviously, in Clemson because of the geography. But there's been some unbelievable games going back.
Charlie Ward game comes to mind.
And all the way to the Joe Hamilton years, to the Paul Johnson team that nearly beat Florida State.
Miracle on North Avenue, the blocked field goal.
They've had some good games and good wins. They had the big stop and fourth down against Bobby Bowden's Seminoles. But it's just one of those things. So that's a great game. And I think Georgia Tech fans, and hopefully, it'd be great if Brent Key kicks ass and there's a big momentum, because that's the kind of trip you're going to want to go to. And they've already done this about 7 years ago. They were over in Ireland. All right, a couple of things. Somebody sent me a note today, and I had to look it up because it didn't make sense. And I went back and I said, that can't be right. It's a small sample size. But do you see what Dansby is hitting right now down in spring training?
No, 122.
Chris, have you seen this? Have you seen what Dansby is hitting?
I'm going to guess 2 words, Mike. Not good.
And now, again, the sample size is tiny, 17 at bats. He's batting .059.
Oh, dear.
So it's early days because it is spring training, but I've got 2 words for you, and he may be listening. He's probably playing golf. 2 words, Jeff Blauser. The last time the Braves had a guy wind up in Chi-Town as a free agent was Blauser after he batted like 300, was an all-star. Then he hit like 219 for Chicago.
Blauser actually had a 3-home run game at Wrigley Field as a Brave, ironically enough.
And it's one of those, again, for younger audience, there was a guy named Jeff Blauser. He was part of the Braves
I'm
team.
picturing buyer's remorse with the Cubs. He's not going to win up there, and I think they overpaid.
Right. Here's an interesting story about the not-so-friendly skies. You and I and Carl, we talk about this all the time. Rob's in for Carl today. Anytime you fly, especially if you're flying at night, and you're going somewhere and you really know that if this flight gets screwed up, you're going to be coming back to the airport tomorrow. You always kind of like look around. Who's the troublemaker? Who's the guy who's had 7 vodka and sodas at the Miller Lite bar, right? And whatever that is, the B terminal.
Right.
So the reason I bring this up, there's always seemingly trouble now because people have no filter, and you kind of expect there's going to be some knucklehead. And now you have to divert to Amarillo on your flight to like Las Vegas. But what you don't expect is the stuff to happen with the flight attendants. Flight attendant on flight attendant violence on a SkyWest flight.
Fighting over the affections of the pilot, I bet.
Take a listen to this. It's a flight from L.A. to Houston, stuck on the runway for 2 hours after a pair of flight attendants furiously argued in front of the passengers. And here's what the beef was. The incident was caught on video and, needless to say, put on TikTok, this time by ESPN anchor Ashley Brewer, who was stuck on the flight. She was there with other passengers looking on in disbelief. The video, it's backed by the theme to Curb Your Enthusiasm from HBO. It shows a male and a female flight attendant bickering about the passenger's request to switch seats so one of them could sit next to her husband. So there was somebody who was sitting back in coach, and they wanted either one person was going back to first class. Like if you're trying to get somebody out of a first class seat, that's a non-starter. But if you're trying to get someone to move out of coach, that shouldn't be an issue, right?
Sure.
Well, however it went going down, they kept bickering, going back and forth. The male flight attendant said it was fine. The female flight attendant apparently had a major issue, and this thing went viral. Nearly 2 hours. They got a new crew. They had to take the crew off the plane. And that's how bad this situation deteriorated.
Something between them, the dynamic between them had to go much deeper than that little incident there involving seat switching.
Yeah. I mean, there's deep-rooted issues, whether maybe they have some previous experience.
Were they lovers at one time?
Well, I mean, answer that, are probably not likely. But as far as...
Okay, they're both fighting over the pilot then.
Well, again, whichever way you're Peter Teeters, there's a couple of links to the article I can
apparently
put up
his probably goes TikTok, I guess.
SkyWest Airlines. Not going to cast any aspersions on this. Also, Rob, if you missed it earlier, Robbie was confused and bewildered by how do you broadcast games if your network is going bankrupt? And the Diamond Sports Network that owns Bally was rebranded from Fox Regionals around the country. They're going bankrupt, and apparently 4 teams are screwed. There's 4 teams are just going to be screwed out of this deal. The Reds, Guardians, Padres, and Diamondbacks. Diamond is going to lose $20 million annually on the Padres game alone, but we're one of the teams where the broadcast will continue. But a lot of people are saying, does Major League Baseball step in? Do they make it available for the fans, or do they get them over a barrel and gouge the prices and make it nearly impossible for these fans to watch their teams?
Well, then they'll just walk away. They'll just walk away. If you try to do that, okay, screw you. It's summertime. It's nice out. I can go to the pool. I can do 1,000 other things. Okay, baseball, do that. Try that.
Right. I know that by the way, I think of all the broadcasts, if you travel at all, or heck, nowadays you can just flip around because of, if you got MLB and the network package. I just think the Braves,
which sucks, by the way, because you're subjected to the blackout rules. I did MLB strictly for the Braves, and it gets blacked out. It's like, what the hell?
I love the Bally broadcast. I mean, we just had the newest play-by-play voice was in studio with us.
Yeah, Brandon Gowden.
Yeah, Brandon Gowden, who does a really good job. You hear him on the Madden game. I love Peter Moylan. It's so funny when I got friends visiting him out of town, and we got the TV on outdoors, and people are like, "Is that a guy Australian?" I'm like, "Yeah,
that's
Moylan's
the funniest
best.
Juxtaposition too, isn't
Right.
it? But especially when he and Brian Jordan start getting a little pissing. I love that. That is great TV.
We played some of that audio from last year where B was having none of it. They were kind of going back and forth.
Yep.
Frenchie does a good job. Glavin's going to be involved in some 30 or more broadcasts this year. So I think it's just...
Well, Frenchie's been doing some national stuff, too, the playoffs.
Right. So I just think sometimes we take it for granted, but it's an easy listen, an easy watch, too. They do a nice job. So you won't be affected, at least. I hope some of those camera guys we know don't get laid off or something like that. Hey, we'll come back. We got plenty to dive into with the Falcons. You're really kind of getting everything you need. It may not be the sexiest offseason, but we'll break it down. Also, hear what John Smith, we got one little sound bite about a dude who is really stoked to be a Falcon. Coming up next.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. Big 5 o'clock hour. The NBA commissioner is a spineless jellyfish. Aaron Rodgers steps into the lights. And Rob Tribble's in for Carl. Let's start the big 5 o'clock hour with a hearty, hey, man. Yeah. We got a conversation today. We're going to replay it at 6, which restored my faith in the professional athlete. I love what I heard from
Jonnu Smith.
Yeah.
Optimistic, grateful, energetic, seems very happy to be here.
Right. And would not give us any of the secret sauce, which, again, he can't. But I think you could imagine if you're Arthur Smith, a guy that was really productive as a tight end, playing a pass-catching tight end for the Titans. Then he went to the dark place. He went to New England. And then he comes back to the light, and he's here in Atlanta. But you combine that with Kyle Pitts, Drake London, perhaps more moves vis-a-vis free agency or the draft. Yep. A lot of things happening right now.
Oh, we also got Trey Young out playing GM, though, don't we?
Yeah, Trey Young is talking to Darius Slay on social media saying, come on down. Not sure why Darius Slay, I know why it's cost prohibitive, but they're moving on from Bradbury. I mean, they signed Bradbury. It looked like he was going to split. They bring Bradbury back, but now Darius Slay is cut. He's a free agent.
The Eagles are going to lose most of their defense. They're starting Super Bowl defense, but that's just the way it works.
The young Georgia players will be pressed into service, but it is interesting to see how you have to, with the world of the salary cap, kind of keep flipping it. But yeah, for what it's worth, Ice Trey is talking to Darius Slay, and I don't know if they have intentions on that, but A.J. Terrell, Darius Slay, you've already picked up Jesse Bates. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's... All of a sudden, your secondary goes from being a huge liar. Think about 2 years ago.
Nope.
It was like Swiss cheese.
It was. Well, remember last year the secondary was regarded as a strength, but then they're pulling people out of the crowd to play because everybody got hurt.
Yeah, because A.J. Terrell struggled and he got hurt, and then Casey Hayward went out. And by the way, Casey Hayward technically is still a Falcon. He has not been cut. So he might still be on the
now, a lot of people thinking, all right, well, that's great. You have all those DBs and safeties, but they're going to be left on an island if you don't get some pressure up front, get that edge guy, get some interior rush on the quarterback also.
Right, and I'm with you there. And again, it was never a big, rock star, edge rush, free agent class. I mean, unless you really thought that, Frank Clark is the be-all, end-all. It was more about the inside. It was more about, the offensive line in the trenches, and the defensive line. But one of the guys we got in a trade, only cost us a 7th rounder, was Jonnu Smith. We'll play the whole thing at 6 o'clock, but here's some of the positivity. Take a listen to our newest tight end.
I'm just giving back what they gave me. I walked in this building and I said, I'm home.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Awesome.
So I'm just giving back, man. I'm having a great day. One of the best. Probably the best day in my football career, man. I haven't felt like this in a while, so it's a really good feeling to feel this way.
See what Boston does to people?
It's like he's in prison for 20 years or something. I am free.
All of a sudden,
feels the sunlight on his face.
All of a sudden, it's like the movie The Town, like he was in Walpole. Being chased by the Stadies.
I mean, wow.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, Boston, I love the line they used from Sopranos season 2. Gigi's character goes, how was Boston? He shrugs. He goes, Boston, Scranton with clams. So anyway, Jonnu Smith is a Falcon, and what does that mean? It just means more weapons for young Desmond Ridder to throw to, and now we know that Desmond Ridder has got basically the same pieces on the right side because they got Caleb McGarry, and you like the deal.
Oh, yeah, why not? Continuity on the offensive line, my friend. What was my stat earlier? Since 2016, NFL teams would bring back at least 4 starters. On the offensive line, they were all top 10 in total offense in the NFL. There you go.
Peace.
Continuity, man.
Right.
Good
and
stuff.
I know that, the 16th season, nobody knew. Really, let's be honest, who knew what Chris Chester was going to be? Levitri was in his second year. Obviously Ed Matthews, but Alex Mack was the linchpin on that one.
Absolutely.
We asked for it, and they got it to us. But this is a year where maybe it's Elijah Wilkinson. I know that you guys are still kind of snickering. The left guard is still a hole, technically. He was really good before he got hurt. And then we had to plug in like 5 guys play left guard last year.
To the point where you didn't even know who anybody was anymore playing that position. What about center, though? We're not concerned about center?
I think they like Dahlman. I think Dahlman is the guy. Everything we've heard from Arthur Smith on and off the record.
Is that on the quarterbacks, though? Because they're so rarely under center. in college.
The only problem with Dahlman was the shotgun snap was all over the place.
Yeah.
And I know it's a little thing that should.
It looked like a John Smoltz slider sometimes coming back. Who the hell can fill that?
Because Mariota was struggling enough as it was. I mean, it's almost like sometimes he'd have to reach for it, sometimes he'd have his feet. And when you're in the NFL, let's be honest, when the pass rush is coming, with most of our offensive line last year, all of a sudden now you're one count off when you drop back and you're out of rhythm. So hopefully Dahlman cleans that up. But I've not heard anything about a center. You can get a center in this draft. There's 2 to 2.5 rounds, you could argue, in the top 100 if you want to go get it off the tree, if you want to do that.
And I like what Josh Kendall was telling us about what the Falcons are doing with Desmond Ridder in this offseason. I said, hopefully he's meeting with Tom House, the quarterback guru, the passing guru, but Falcons gave him this, I guess, extensive homework packet of certain things to work on extensively. So hopefully that'll bear some fruit.
Look, they're going to roll with this guy. Taylor Heineke's there as a solid
Playing golf
backup.
with my buddy Vance today.
Tell
the
the
Bears
story.
Best.
Tell the story, yep.
My buddy Vance Witt went to college with him, and he just texted me playing golf with Taylor Heineke today because he's a member of Bears Best, and somehow he got paired up with him, and there you go.
And I'm sure as a quarterback, that guy can probably hit a golf ball about 200 yards.
Isn't it like federal law that a quarterback has to be good at golf like a major league pitcher?
I'm always loving these guys like, I think I'm gonna hit a nice draw. Yeah, I'm just trying to get it near the fairway. That's kind of how I'm playing. But this dude is here to be the backup. Clearly, you do have a guy, if Ridder does struggle, that can step up. And I get it.
Oh, and he sent a picture. He just sent a picture of him and
nice.
Taylor Heineke on the course, too.
Yeah, man.
He said, nice young kid, humble.
See, and he's got a work ethic. A guys asked us yesterday. I think I said it at the same time yesterday. Guy said, what's the difference between Mariota and Heineke? I said, Heineke won't quit. So we'll see what this guy can do. But in a perfect world, Ridder does advance, does take that step. And I'll be honest with you guys, if Ridder isn't the guy, that's going to be on Arthur Smith and Fontenot.
It will be.
In a year where if you wanted to move up, you would certainly have to give. But there are quarterbacks every year in the draft. And if you go back and think about Mitchell Trubisky. Think about, what Kyler Murray's all of a sudden not such a hot prospect, right?
Yeah.
Think about all these guys that are the can't-miss dudes that have all the measurables, and this draft is probably no different. Probably half of these quarterbacks are going to go nowhere.
Well, that's what you hear, though. You always hear that quarterback. Bill Walsh even has said this. A lot of your great coaches have said this. That is the singular hardest position to evaluate, and evaluate accurately and fully. There's just so many variables, so many intangibles to it. And like I said, all first-round quarterbacks, half of them, I think like 55% end up being busts.
Yep.
Or not at least reaching their potential.
So Ritter's the guy. Offensive line's coming together. We talked about some of the new weapons they've added. And now the question is, do you really want to, do you want another free agent? You want to get a wide receiver? Wide receivers are cheap right now.
Why not?
I mean, some guys are saying, let's go get D-Hop. Well, let's wait till the price comes all the way down on that one.
Yeah.
Because that makes no sense, guys.
So amazing how quickly the marketplace just fluctuates almost daily. Right. We're talking millions of dollars per position.
I mean, that's why I mentioned a guy like DJ Chark, or even a McCole Hardman you could probably get for, relatively inexpensive.
Because you're not looking for wide receiver one.
No, somebody would say you'd like to have the speed burner because Zacchaeus is going to be gone.
Maybe a little slot guy, yeah.
Yeah, but I just felt, guys, there's guys like DeAndre Hopkins or Odell Beckham. That's who you get if you're the Buffalo Bills or the 49ers or the Dolphins. We still got some work to do before we get to that level. But, to get somebody, look, if Thielen is out there at age 32 and you can get Thielen for $6 million a year, go sign him.
Why the hell not, right? All that experience, too.
There's nothing wrong with that.
What a presence that'd be to have in the wide receiver room with all of his experience and knowledge, nuance of football, certainly.
And then you go draft somebody like a little water bug. You want that 5'9" slot guy, right? Yeah, you can do that in the draft. Yep. But the good news is now, anybody who is kind of like when I mentioned Peter Skoronski or we talk about Paris Johnson or any of these other guys.
Skoronski, the T-Rex, right?
Well, you tell him he's got short arms. I was doing the T-Rex.
That's what they're saying.
If you're watching this on YouTube and Twitch.
Doing the T-Rex.
Yeah, T-Rex hates push-ups. But no, as far as Skoronski, he's a guy that can project as a guard or tackle, but some would say, if you're a Falcon fan, I get it. Nobody ever talks about trenches. I'm the only nitwit that talks about the trenches for 20 years about this team.
What are you talking about? I think most of anybody that knows anything about the Falcons, we've always talked about the trenches.
I'm like Squid. I'm spending too much time on Twitter. But anyway, those guys think it's a Madden game. They don't know nothing about
I always talk about the trenches. You kidding me? It doesn't matter how beautiful the house is if the foundation sucks.
Right. So
it's made of straw.
But this is it. Who do you view as the big edge rusher? Everybody, and we talked about this earlier today, everybody seems to think that, Tyree Wilson has got tremendous upside.
Yep.
Okay?
Long man.
Yeah, but Nolan Smith does not project to be at 8. And if you want to trade down that and accumulate
Everybody got
more
excited
picks.
about his combine, but no. And Chuck Smith was expressing some concerns about him.
Miles Murphy out of Clemson. Now, granted, the last time we did that in the first round, it was Vic Beasley, but that has nothing to do with Miles
But
Murphy.
we also got a man by the name of Grady Jarrett out of Clemson
In the
too,
fifth round.
Yes. Yeah.
And the other thing today, started the show talking about it. Today was Georgia's pro day. What if Jalen Carter spooks a bunch of the guys in the draft because of the weight and everything else that he didn't do?
Well,
today?
he did. He really struggled today. He looked terrible.
He put on some weight. You could argue the off-field stuff. I mean, look, you're involved
Distracted,
with the criminal investigation
Absolutely.
and everything. According to Connor Riley, and I asked him about this today, I go, do we hear anything about guys in trench coats sneaking around with, like, hats that say press on top? Of course, no, because nobody does that anymore. But I was waiting for the big ESPN, E60 or, the
Kirby's lost control of the program.
But that doesn't seem like I'm Jeremy Schaap. That apparently is not coming.
Systematic dysfunction.
If Jalen Carter is there at 8, come on. And again, guys, just because you drafted, you signed a free agent in defensive tackle in free agency in Onyemata, Jalen Carter is a guy you're going to go get.
Absolutely.
It's a rotation. Look what the Eagles just did. So there you go. It's not sexy. Jesse Bates is sexy. I know Darius Slay would look good in a Falcon uniform. Trey Young is reaching out to him on social media.
Jonnu Smith has rapidly emerged as being sexy. We're going to hear from him at 6 o'clock.
Hey, next, though, he's made a decision, but he's still not on the new team yet.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
Just talking to Rob during the commercial break. Let's take you behind the curtain here in Studio Dukes and Bell inside our Kia studios. Robbie's in for Carl. Tomorrow, guys, Hooters up at Mall of Georgia. Come by and see us, man. Get ready for March Madness. We're just hearing the update. Joe Patrick was talking about the cramping and what's going on with, again, Jalen Carter. Cramp your way to 8.
Cramp your way to 8.
I mean, hey, if you're a Falcons fan, get out to Athens. Take him to Grindhouse. Get some burgers down his gullet, man. All right, let's go. I want a Warren Sapp the way the Buccaneers got Warren Sapp.
Operation Let Yourself Go.
And if you need somebody to help this guy put on more weight, look, it's sometimes, and if you think we're being tongue-in-cheek, but to a point, Randy McMichael mentioned it earlier today in Middays, there are personnel people and general managers that will get hung up on this and see this as
get overly hung up.
Beyond, and look, no one's making light of the tragedy. 2 people lost their lives, including a teammate and someone involved, obviously, in the university and the athletic department. And it's not, the optics were terrible at the time, and they kind of still are. But at some point,
leaving the scene of an accident, that.
But at some point, he will and continues to make amends. Like when these guys do work, when these guys go to Children's Health Care or they go to Camp Twin Lakes, nobody reports that. That's stuff that Kirby did talk about that. That's stuff that the Bulldogs do all year round. But getting back to him, and now he's no longer a Bulldog. He's potentially an Atlanta Falcon if he came to us at 8. I'd take him in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
So eat away, man. Cramp up. But that was one of the storylines today. Stetson did have some good throws, some bad throws. I think Kenny Mack ran a faster 40, I believe, if I read it correctly, because that's one thing he wanted to work on from the combine.
From the combine, shaved a few quarter milliseconds off, sure.
But we'll see. I mean, hey, that would be a dream scenario for the Falcons. I mean, it's funny because we were just talking about it today before we get to the Aaron Rodgers story. I was doing the numbers, and there's been 219 selections by the Falcons since 1993.
Right.
7 of those selections have been Georgia Bulldogs, including 2 last year.
That's always been a thing. And I want to go back to my Wayne Radloff out of Georgia, the center. He was drafted played for the Falcons.
Right.
Let's see. Keep going. I'll get back to you.
No, there was names like, in case you're wondering, these weren't exactly A-listers from the Georgia Bulldogs. It's simply a matter of. And again, I'm not banging this on Dimitroff. It's other general managers going back to when Dan Reeves was running things, and it was Harold Richardson was his GM, right?
Right.
But I mean, this is a guy in Georgia in Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, take any of the dogs last year. And I get it. Sometimes if you're really bad, then you should be drafting Bulldogs because they're really good, even if Ray Goff or Jim Donnan is the coach.
Yeah, they still had so many great players come through there.
You think about Stroud and Seymour and how Gibbs completely blew that defense that last year.
Right.
But getting back to the Falcons, hopefully this is a year, and it's not because, guys, you want a Falcon because you're the Georgia Bulldogs. No, it's because the good teams, whether it's Alabama or Clemson, the Falcons have never had a problem drafting Clemson players, for better or for worse. Grady's been one of the greatest Falcons to dress out. But it just seems to me it's always funny that if you drove as the crow flies, well, you can't drive as the crow flies, but if you drive from Athens out to Flowery Branch,
it's not that far.
Correct. Hey, big story today, though. Strong arm story from John Foy. He did make it official, but nothing's official because the Jets haven't consummated a deal with the Packers. Aaron Rodgers at 1 o'clock went on Pat McAfee's show and eventually got around to this.
And so, again, this is why this is not a decision here. The decision, I think, was made in my mind, whether or not I was able to admit at that point. Really on that Tuesday, I wanted to play. And then it was, how is my body feeling? Is it going to be able to hold up? So at this point, as I sit here, I think since Friday, I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets. And I haven't been holding anything up at this point. It's been compensation that the Packers are trying to get for me.
So Pro Football Talk, SI's got it out there that initially the word was 2 first-rounders, and that apparently is not what other reporters have dug in. It will not require 2 first-rounders, but you are going to have to give up a lot, apparently, to get Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I wonder what that will be then if it's not 2 first-rounders.
Well, I'm looking back.
1 first, a second, a third, a compensatory, and a player to be named later.
Right. The Matthew Stafford trade, was it one? It was just 1 first-rounder, Chris? Or Stafford, I'm going to look it up real quick. But no, we talked.
Jared Goff too, wasn't that straight up?
Goff, because you sent a quarterback. You were getting somebody in return. So if you look at the Jets, I make the argument, and you tell me how you feel about this, that Brett Favre had more left in the tank when he went to the Jets than Aaron Rodgers has at this stage of his career.
I disagree. I think he still has something left in his tank. What do you think, Turtle? The Jets, our Jets guy. Come on.
By the way, 2 first-rounders and a third for
2
Stafford,
first-rounders
and they sent Jared Goff to Motown. So there was something Detroit was getting in addition to one of those first they sent.
I don't think he's no, he's still got plenty left. Of course, he's not what he was 10 years ago.
Do you feel he's as clutch as he used to be? I mean, the big moments. Spit the bit in the 49ers game. He gave you nothing to that divisional playoff game. And this last game, he throws. I mean, let's be honest. He threw some picks that that maybe Aaron Rodgers 3-4 years ago to make those throws.
Maybe not, but yeah, he's still got something left. If anything, he can also beat you from the shoulders up now too. He's been around for so long.
Yeah, well,
the Jets have a lot of pieces too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all they needed was a quarterback.
They've got a good defense. They've got a young. Was it Garrett Williams? They've got the young wide receiver out of USC. Garrett Wilson. Thank you, Chris. They've got weapons. They've got a good running back. They've got a lot of pieces, and they got a good coach. I like Robert Saleh.
I do too.
I think he knows what he's doing.
I don't know about him. I'm keeping receipts when he went after the media earlier in the season. Come on, dude.
Everybody says that now, though.
Yeah, whatever.
Everybody. I even use that on Twitter. No, it's just the Jets are a piece away. The Jets have also boxed themselves into a corner. So let's be honest. Green Bay can get anything they want because the Jets have to consummate this deal.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, Gang Green Jets Nation is expecting him to be there tomorrow.
I do not think that Aaron Rodgers is finished by any stretch of the imagination. Is he not what he was? Of course not. Nobody is at 38, logging as many miles in the league as he has. But no, there's still plenty left.
So now what goes down? Well, you had Baker Mayfield. All the big quarterbacks are gone because Garoppolo went to the Raiders.
Baker down there in Tampa Bay 1 year,
cheap,
$8 million. Yeah.
Wow. And some are
stop
saying,
gap or 1 year prove it.
I don't know if you're a Florida fan. If you think Trask can step up, I mean, sure, if he knows what he's doing, maybe he gets a shot. But this is kind of a stopgap for a Bucs team that now has to blow everything up and start from scratch.
Well, that shows what they think of Kyle Trask and bringing in Baker.
Correct, right? And then in this
or
division,
is it the same sort of thing? Them bringing in Bakers like the Falcons bringing in Taylor Heineke, not quite sure.
No, I think you go with a guy like Baker Mayfield for whatever he has been in a roller coaster. He's Trask can't handle his jock compared to some of the moments that Baker's produced, good and bad.
Yeah,
Baker. The strangeness of how Baker goes to L.A. and just was like a rock star on a team that was going nowhere.
With no prep. I mean, he basically hopped off the plane, dressed out, and played a game, and led him on a game-winning drive.
Right, great, a lot of weapons.
Yeah.
But
he has to get the ball to him.
So you got Carr in New Orleans, Baker Mayfield's in Tampa. And then it's just a matter of is it going to be Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud? Some people say Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they do that at number 1.
That is massively high. Yeah. That could cost everybody in that building their job if it was a bust. Even the towel boy. Get him out of here too. I mean, forget no.
Now the other thing is interesting is that Aaron Rodgers, as we know, he does his own thing, and he goes in the darkness. And he said that he was 90% sure he was going to just walk away from football before his 4 days in the darkness. Mm-hmm. And then he came out and he merged and he wants to play. Every NFL player after the season's over says they're going to quit.
What did Dansby tell you guys in studio how he felt after the season over? This is baseball. Right. I mean, he's like, I'm worn out for like a month.
But in this case, Aaron Rodgers, again, I don't know if the road to enlightenment goes through 4 days in the dark because he came out as petty as ever about Green Bay, basically saying that it's all about them.
I love petty Aaron Rodgers.
And let's be honest, they don't have to stick it to him. They're just going to stick it to the Jets. He's going to the Jets. He's going to be off the payroll. They've just got to get maximum return.
Yeah.
And Jordan Love then slides in his QB, and we'll find out what he is or he isn't finally.
Finally, yeah, right. Well, how about Zeke Elliott out at Dallas too?
Yeah, and you were talking about
nothing left in the tank. They say all the NFL GMs they see it. He has declined. He is basically done. Is what they're saying.
It's almost like you come off the performance. It's like woof. It's almost like when you ever put performance tires on your car, like low profile tires.
Yeah, right.
They're good. Whoop, and they're gone. And that's the way Ezekiel.
The Pirellis, the soft rubber.
Yeah, and then you got think about Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's a guy where his yards per carry was down. He's going to be one of those guys. You said it earlier. You think it comes in cycles, but it's hard because you can always go draft. So it's hard to see the running backs ever making that kind of money again. The Ezekiel Elliott contract, and of course the Derrick. I guess the Derrick Henry was the last big one.
You got 2,000 carries out of him. Yeah. You got a lot of good years out of him, Pro Bowler and all the other things. But last year down to 3.9 yards per carry. His Pro Bowl year in 2019, 5 yards a carry. Emergence of Tony Pollard, too, spelled his demise out in Dallas.
So the last time you saw Ezekiel Elliott in a Cowboys uniform, he was the shotgun center for one of the most ill-conceived, poorly delivered, end-of-game plays we've ever seen.
I know. But not as bad as the grenade toss, though, from Marcus Mariota.
It was a close second out there. But one thing with Ezekiel Elliott, you do save on uniforms because he's always showing his belly. You don't have to give him a full shirt. You're going to go with a midriff thing there. Hey, we'll come back. If you missed Grant McCauley yesterday, It's kind of a youth being served when it comes to the starting rotation with the Braves.
I know some familiar faces being demoted, and one not so familiar face being perhaps promoted.
Yeah, and I got to get into the John Morant thing too. Adam Silver comes out with a suspension, which has got some people laughing out loud.
Odyssey Soap.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling? On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Rob Tribble in for Carl Duke, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We had Grant McCauley on yesterday. There was some movement at Braves camp. We have the psychologically tortured Ian Anderson demoted, right?
I don't want to start making him sound like Mike Fultonavich, but, great.
He didn't deal with it well last year. That was a problem. Of course, the end of the season with a oblique injury, but he did not handle that demotion very well. And remember when he came up, he was so good in the postseason.
Correct.
Well, tried to bring a slider and adapt that into his repertoire.
Yeah, that was one of the storylines just a few weeks ago that he was going to have the slider that Rob just talked about. In the COVID year of 2020, he had some big moments in the postseason, pressed into service because, again, we're short on pitching. And, again, I've been belly aching about being short on pitching, but now all of a sudden, you got Dylan Dodd, and there's a funny article from Mark Bowman from MLB.com, and this guy grew up, he's a big-time recruit, Southeast Missouri.
Southeast Missouri, yep.
And Snicker didn't even know who he was.
Who's this guy?
Hello, hi, my name is. And then Jared Schuster is a big time pick as well, so that's a dude that there's expectation. But all of a sudden, Schuster and Dodd move up to the front of the class, and Elder and Anderson we'll see in Gwinnett.
But that's going to be a tenuous spot. Well, let's hear what Grant McCauley said about the fifth starter yesterday.
No, I think we're getting some news here right before we even get started with the Braves making the decision to option both Ian Anderson and Bryce Elder to AAA Gwinnett today.
Whoa.
That clears a path for Jared Schuster, the Braves' top pitching prospect, as well as fellow lefty pitching prospect Dylan Dodd. And both of these guys, you look at what they've done this spring. Schuster, 1 run, 8 2/3 innings. Dodd, 8 1/3 shutout innings. Really, the only trouble he ran into was against a loaded Dominican WBC squad.
Right.
But overall, Dodd has dominated. 5 hits, no walks, 11 strikeouts. Schuster also better than a strikeout per frame. This is not a small development, but it must be, and I put this on Twitter, you got to reiterate, you're not going to get through the season with 5 starters, so everybody plus Michael Soroka at some point could play a role here. But as far as developments we've seen this spring and going out and throwing the ball well and getting that opportunity, it looks like Schuster and Dodd are going to have a couple of weeks to prove who can be the 5th man of this rotation.
Oh, there you go.
And it was surprising. You can hear us. We sound like one of those color commentators. We play the audio. We're making animal noises. Oh, wow. Chris Byrne. But no, in this case, it did kind of come as a big surprise. And just, as you said, Anderson looks the part. He's got the size. He's got everything you would look for as far as the starting pitcher in the bigs. But then it's between the ears. I would rather let these young guys get a shot because then you get into the same thing. And I don't want to lump them in, but I'm lumping them in. But everyone down with Faulty and then Tukey Tucson. And everybody else has had their chance and they spit the bit and they move on from this.
Well, Tukey wasn't a head case. He just hit his ceiling.
Right.
He just hit his ceiling.
Yep. And then Bryce Wilson, they traded him. But so in this case now, Elder and Anderson and Gwinnett, Schuster and Dodd, as Grant talked about. And it's funny.
But that could switch in May. You know how that is with the 5th starter.
But these guys, because they're a little bit older, and I think Grant was talking about that Dodd is just a few months or days younger than Anderson because some guys, you guys know, the bonus babies go right out of high school. And then there's a trend now in the bigs. You're seeing more and more teams getting guys with the college experience.
Right.
In this case, 3 years of college experience.
And it's just so difficult to develop pitchers for whatever reason. There are a lot of guys that throw 100 miles an hour that are stuck in double and AAA for a lot of reasons.
Right.
Control, command, something between the ears. It's difficult.
Were you all?
It's
of
like
the
trying
above?
to.
Were you all of the above?
When I pitched?
Yeah.
No, I threw 87 with movement. I had decent command. I didn't have any issues between my ears. My issues with my liver.
By the way, if you've ever been at a tailgate and Rob throws you the football, you will have a tiny little X in the middle of your chest. Rob, as Arch would say, you can spin it, man.
I can spin it. I can still spin it. Can't put it on my resume, but I can spin it.
Hey, man, the Braves were clobbering the Phillies yesterday. We talked about Ozzie Albies. He's kind of a guy that we've forgotten about because he was out for so much of last season. I've mentioned Acuna, and this is the year where, again, number one, no silly base run. Not silly, it's just the nature of the injuries. He'll go flying down first base, and all of a sudden he'll land funny. Is this a year where Ozzie gets back on track to be in the glue guy?
Oh, I think it would be, yeah. Yeah, we saw that with Ronald Acuna. He was hesitant. It was psychological for him. Number one, think about this. He was a baseball prodigy. He's always been the best player on the field all the time. Then he goes through some struggles. Then he gets injured, that catastrophic knee injury, misses out on the World Series. That's That's actually something that could benefit him greatly, though. Kind of a little adversity can help mature you a little bit, give you a little bit more wisdom. He's a 40-40 guy this year. There's my hot take of the day. I think Ronald's a 40-40 guy this year.
That's Carl's take as well. I mean, I think a lot of guys, just number one, stay healthy. That'd be the key right there. Just be able to be on the field, ability, availability. But this is a dude that, again, the injuries. I saw the stuff down in Venezuela. He looks like he's game. He's ready to go right now. That's why we were joking around. I don't know about this World Baseball Classic. Because he's going to go 110% in that because it means so much more to the players in the international field.
It does.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't
do that.
Hey, man, the other story today, we didn't get to this in the strong arm story. We're talking about the Aaron Rodgers, number one. The other story that dropped today, and I want to get your reaction, Rob Tribble, is the John Morant suspension. Mm-hmm. He's already been suspended by the Grizzlies. The NBA tacks on an extra 2 games for a total of 8 games. In a world we live in America where gun violence just permeates all cultures and it's everywhere, whether it's in a high crime zone or we see gun violence on campuses, we see gun violence everywhere. And to see Morant and the things that have happened in the last 3 months, going back to an incident with the guys in his crew with the Pacers, somebody thought it'd be a good idea to put a laser sight on somebody in the Pacers as they're getting on the bus. Then you had the incident in his backyard where he's got a pickup game and some teenager gets into it with him. He comes out brandishing a weapon. And this one, it's almost like the NBA just stuck to what did or did not happen at a nightclub in Denver. And whose gun was it? Well, they couldn't tell. It says, well, I mean, what
did you want him to get, though? He didn't pull the trigger.
No, but I just think we're going to send a message, Adam Silver. You can't be brandishing a weapon like you're freaking Jesse James anymore, okay? I think you got to – I mean, for him to get the same suspension that ultimately Kyrie Irving got for his selection of videos to watch on a Saturday night.
That was absurd, by the way.
I just think Adam Silver –
But you got to go with the narrative. Otherwise, you get sent to a re-education camp, my friend.
And here's the other thing. And this is why when we talked about Calvin Ridley and we talked about other folks who deal with mental health issues, the NBA has done – I hope John Morant realized that the NBA has basically bent over backwards here because he is one of the biggest stars, one of the guys you pay to see.
If he was the 11th guy on the bench, maybe not the same
they're
courtesy.
Throwing this under the umbrella of mental health. I deal with stress by what? Going to the GAT? That's
absurd.
Nonsense. But that's what Adam Silver would have.
No, this sounds like impulse control issues and anger issues, too, the way he went after that teenager. After that, what was it, a pickup basketball game or something? What went on with that with the teenager?
Nike made a statement as well. We appreciate John's accountability and that he is taking the time to get the help he needs. See, this is where you can't go there now. It's a stress issue. So you got to back off when you're, again.
What do you do, 3 days of therapy and he's cured? Come on, that's not how it works.
You watch the news every night. Is this what you think is the NBA? You got a star and he's showing a gun every time he gets on social media. That's his thing. And you go, 8 games. Send a freaking message. I mean,
maybe.
The NBA talks about leading and we talk about the things you can do to help your community and you can be a lead. This is where it's more than a freaking teaching moment. It's about doing the damn right thing here. At least to me it is. Nobody gives a crap because the guy's one of the biggest stars, and Adam Silver is a spineless amoeba jellyfish. Well, he's got half of one nut that David Stern might have had when it comes to something like this.
He's down a nut and a half, huh?
I don't know about Adam. I don't think he has any. I think he's devoid of nut. I think he's nutless.
He's clearly got anger issues and impulse control issues.
And we all do, and you and I do. But I never say, "Let me go get the Beretta."
Therefore, I don't think I have impulse or anger control issues. I can control it, but he apparently has trouble doing it.
Well, again, he's getting the counseling he needs.
Well, if he doesn't commit any other offense, then the penalty was just fine. If he does, then we can revisit that. I'm not sure I agree.
I just think it's an issue in America, and you're a sport that everybody's following. Young people follow. The younger demographics are through the roof, and you get a smack on the wrist for this. Shameful. Hey, man, we'll come back. One thing that was fun to talk about today is one of our newest Atlanta Falcons.
Jonnu Smith.
You really liked what he had to say.
I loved him. I love this kid out of Florida International. Spent a lot of productive years with Tennessee, also with the Patriots last year. Wait to hear how just enthusiastic he is, grateful, and all the. Just a great interview, fun interview to do when athletes are present and actually enjoy talking to you.
It's kind of like the opposite of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Coming up next. talk to our newest tight end who joins us on the WaitFor.com hotline. Hey, man, Jonah, welcome to Atlanta, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, man.
All right, your thoughts.
Welcome to Atlanta. That's kind of been a theme. That's kind of been a theme of the day, man.
Right.
I got to have that song playing in the car later.
Yes, sir.
And you are a player, and we're going to watch you play, man. Can't wait.
All right. Now you're a Falcon. It seems kind of surreal when you go from Tennessee, you go to New England. Now you're down here, and I know you got some prior exposure to Arthur Smith.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Arthur, man, that's my guy right there, man. Just a true genuine person, man. You know, to be able to reconnect with him, it means a lot to me.
I know that we like his style, Jono, because he seems like a no BS kind of guy. I mean, he just tells it like, is that what you've had your experience with? He tells it like it is?
Who's that, Art?
Yeah.
Yeah, Art, man. That's just who he is, man. He got a sense of humor to him, man, once you get to know him, man. But he a hard-nosed, blue-collar guy, man. He come in, you know, he put his work in, he work his ass off, man. You know what I mean? He takes his job very seriously, man. And you got to respect that out of him. And he expects that, you know, from all of his guys. And, you know, that's why, you know, he's going to have a lot of success.
All right, you're up in New England. You got any Bill Belichick stories? You have to. Did you get a stop for a pop quiz in the hallway? What happened?
Oh man, I'm gonna keep the Bill Belichick stories in house, man. I'm gonna keep them in house, man. You never know what happens in the future. You know what I mean? I want to stay in good graces with old Bill, man. So I'm gonna keep everything in house. Great. I got nothing but great and positive things to say about Bill, man. You know, arguably the greatest head coach of all time. I learned a lot from him. I'm thankful for the opportunity I had in New England, man. It was, it was a great experience, but I'm on the bigger and better things, man, and I'm grateful for this opportunity.
It is Jonnu Smith, guys. He's a Falcon. Arthur Smith gets his guy back, so we're going to see him catching passes in what could be a really dynamic offense. And again, we're not going to put words in your mouth, but it was a little strange last year offensively. They had some issues. I know the coaching staff seemed like it was a bit funky. What was Mac Jones like to play for? It seemed like he was frustrated at times last year.
Yeah, no, Mag is a wonderful talent, man. He's a hard worker, an amazing talent. A lot of guys, man. Just the offense in general, man. We as a whole, well, they now it's not we, but those are still my guys, man. But they were, the offense just wasn't in sync, and we just couldn't get on the same page, and a lot of guys took a step back. And we got to look at ourselves, each individual person, we had to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, okay, what could we do to provide some light to this offense, man? And that was kind of the theme week in and week out. And still gave ourselves a chance towards the end of the season to kind of make a playoff run, just because of the talent that we had. But didn't get it done, man. So, but I'm sure, hopefully, hopefully they don't get anything done over there no more. So.
I'm curious about curious about
it's
your
all
journey.
love, though.
You go to Florida International. Did you go to college as a tight end, and when did it occur to you that you could make it in the NFL?
Man, I kind of really this has been my lifelong dream, since I was a kid, man. I remember the first time I laid eyes on a game of football, I just fell in love with it. I was so fascinated with the game, and just, it was just like poetry to me. You know what I mean? So, but being in the NFL was a dream of mine since I was a kid. But when I really realized I was going to play NFL football was when I was 17 years old. I was in training camp and in college, and I was just killing guys. I was just out there just killing guys, man. And I was like, I'm really better than everybody here. You know what I mean? I realized that. And, they realized it, and they were the ones telling me first. And I was like, you know what? I really am going to play in the NFL. And here I am, man. So it's a pleasure. It's a dream come true of mine. I'm grateful. I'm blessed. I'm I'm the happiest man alive, man. I really am.
That's awesome to hear, man. For guys, our first chance to talk to Jonnu Smith, who's now with the Falcons, reunited with the old boss, Arthur Smith. And since we just had the Combine, you actually really showed out at the Combine, too. So if guys didn't know about you, they did. You were a top 100 pick thanks to the work. What was the Combine experience like back in the day?
The Combine was great, man. It was the first couple of days was rough because they got us, up all day and, not much time to rest that night. That was a little grind, but just being out there, I think to me, the funniest thing about the Combine was, just being around the guys, getting to meet a lot of the guys from across the country and, just sharing those conversations and sharing our different experiences and journeys to the Combine, man. And it was something that you watch as a kid, man. You know what I mean? Just man, when I get to the combine, I'm going to run this fast. I'm going to jump this high. I'm going to lift this much, and to be able to go out there and do it. And like you said, I had a pretty good combine, man, so it was an awesome turnout for me. And I had a hell of a day. And, I had so much fun that day, man. It's something I'll never forget. And we took home a bunch of gear, too. Nike, Adidas, I don't know. That was one of my favorite parts, man. I probably still got some of that gear.
Nice.
Dude, you seem to conduct yourself with such gratitude, being in the moment. Where did you get that from? I think you're sincere.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's just it's just how I was raised, man. I come from a tough background, a tough city. I've seen a lot of things, man. Life could have went a different way for me, so I'm glad that it went this way. So it's just I'm very grateful and thankful to be here. It's a blessing, and man, God has just been so instrumental in my life.
It is cool to talk to Jonnu Smith, guys, and I got a lot of folks who are excited because we just think it. Now, again, I'm not asking you to give us some of the game plan. You just got signed, but it seems like between Pitts and London, what else we're going to do, we got a chance to really kind of create some mismatches, right, on the offensive side.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. You won't get a peep out of me, man. You will not get a peep out of me, but great guys, a lot of great talent, like you said. Just to piggyback off of that, man. A lot of places to put us. That's all I got for you.
Did they talk to you and tell you what? I mean, I know your role, but what do they expect your role to be?
I ain't got nothing for you. I ain't got nothing for you. You trying to get it out of me? I ain't got nothing for you.
I'm just trying to say.
Man, but our man, me and Art had a lot of success in Tennessee, and we just want to continue to build off of that, which we had pick back up where we left off, man, and surpass that. Right. We got high expectations here. Art built this locker room with a lot of great guys, man. I think that's most important. Of course, talent, but to be around a group of guys, that just are good people at heart, man. I think, that's where championship football really comes into play, when you become selfless, when you think about your teammates, when you're doing it for a bigger purpose than yourself. So he's surrounding this locker room with a ton of guys like that, man. So I'm just excited to be a part of it.
What number are you going to wear this year?
I'm rocking the 81. For sure.
You're going to stick with the 81. That's cool. Hey, man, we really appreciate your time. I'm a big fan, man. You actually built me up. You actually did some inadvertent therapy. I was kind of lethargic today. Your energy and positivity, I appreciate you.
Love
brother.
to hear it, man.
I'm just giving back what they gave me. I walked in this building and I said, I'm home.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Awesome.
So I'm just giving back, man. I'm having a great day. One of the best, probably the best day in my football career, man. I haven't felt like this in a while, so it's a really good feeling to feel this way.
Really cool conversation. Again, for guys who didn't know, 11 touchdowns in a two-season period. 8 touchdowns his best year in Nashville when Arthur Smith was the OC.
Spoke highly of Arthur. We heard that, didn't he? That's my guy, is what he said.
And he wasn't going to tell you, but you kind of read between the lines. It's a hot mess. I mean, McDaniels, nobody likes playing for McDaniels. Now he's out there screwing up the Raiders. And then last year, Joe Judge, but Matt Patricia. I mean, the two-headed monster, Patricia never coached offense, and it showed. That's why they've gone to Bill O'Brien. But again, that's a them problem. The good news is we'll hopefully be setting up some. Anyone's going to give us the secret sauce as we joked, but just I love the energy. And a lot of guys hitting us up on the text line who, if they missed it earlier in the 4 o'clock hour, saying it's just so cool. Guy sounds like a really badass dude, and he's stoked to be here in Atlanta.
Sounds like a good locker room dude too. Clearly,
big time.
And that's important.
Hey, if you're missing it today, a lot of stuff you already heard about Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, he wants to go to the Jets, and he wants to play, and now they got to work out the details. Some say it's got to be 2 first-rounders. Some say it doesn't. So good luck with that with the Jets. Other story today, we just talked about the Patriots. Juju Smith-Schuster gets himself a Super Bowl ring. Now he shuffles off 3-year deal to sign with the Patriots.
Isn't that the ideal thing? You get your ring, then you get paid.
That's what Tyreek Hill did.
That's what a lot of guys have done.
Right, and it's not a bad thing at all. And I know that the Dolphins, they've added Jalen Ramsey. They got some pieces, man. Just a matter of Tua, one hit away from not being the guy.
I really think he should retire, man. That's just scary. I mean, seeing what happened in that Monday night game last year, that was scary when he basically locks up in paralysis.
Right.
I mean, you got to think about the 40 years you have left in your life or so.
Right.
I mean,
Quality
it's
of life.
Oof.
And there was a dude that I guess he does judo, and my dad did judo in the Marines and stuff. That's great, learning how to fall.
Yeah.
But the guy who's coming to, the outside linebacker coming in, he's got something to do with how you're going to fall as much as you practice.
Times. But that's
fall. And the idea being too, as old people learn to avoid hurting themselves when they fall.
I had a friend of mine that did a lot of rehab work for Dr. James Andrews, and he talked about that was the essence of why Matt Ryan only missed, 3-4 games his entire tenure with the Falcons. He knew how to fall. You notice when he would get hit, he would just go limp.
Right.
And fall rather than all stiff
Bow
up.
up
And
and
that's,
get hit.
yeah. I mean, you just go limp, and that's why he felt like a rag doll, and that's what kept him together.
Sacked 144 times in 3 years. That's a lot of ragdolling.
Of course, officially released, and he's probably done. I would.
Yeah, I mean, some people had said, would he go be a backup? I don't know if he wants to specifically be a backup. The way things went, Andy, you and I touched on it yesterday. So bizarre. You go into a much better offensive line with all those weapons, and none of that happened last season.
I mean, you were thinking, wow, that's all they needed to get to the AFC Championship game at the very least, and it just fell apart. They had that great offensive line, allegedly, apparently not.
Right.
Because he was running for his life last year.
So Ryan gets cut, saves them $12 million.
Yep.
Darius Slay gets cut by the Eagles. Trey Young reaches out to Darius Slay.
Said, come home, brother.
Yeah, so Darius Slay.
Gary's from Brunswick.
Right, and Darius Slay's like down with that. Everybody's talking about Darius Slay as a guy that could be the now again, whether you think that's a piece which is reserved for a team which is one piece away, or you say, look, we've got guesstimated just under $30 million left in cap space. Let's go get one of the best corners that's out there, and got a good team leader who's got experience. You pair him with A.J. Terrell. You got Bates.
I'm still thinking about that interior defensive line, my friend, and edge before we.
Well, there's nobody out there that's any good as far as edge rushers that would make you go crazy.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, the draft.
Right. That's why you got to. But then you get into, and here's where we'll talk more about this coming up next. We got to get out early tonight because we got NC2A action. But the Jalen Carter thing is a thing now. And I just read D-Led's blog. He looked terrible, Mike. That he looked sluggish. He looked out of shape.
Basically could not finish the defensive drills.
He put 9 pounds of weight on. That you could understand he's dealing with a lot that's going on there. But still, some guys are able to compartmentalize. You talk about Brandon Miller and the way he's going to. Look, I'm not saying that's a. Everybody should be like Brandon Miller. I'm just saying Brandon Miller's been able to.
Hey, he wasn't charged, man. He didn't get charged with anything. So
they got some good laws over there in Alabama. But anyway, getting back to our boy, he is hurting himself because by any metric, when you have your pro day and you get a chance to really show out and you're cramping up and they leave with you with your shirt off and guys are massaging your leg, that's not what the pros
what
scouts
if he's
showed up
just
to see.
What if he's just a genius? There's a certain team he wants to be drafted by, and they're drafting it, somewhere between 15 and 20 or 20 and 30.
Well, it's in the old days. Remember, Chris, you weren't here. We used to say maybe we'll get lucky and Jadeveon Clowney something will happen before the draft. The old Sam Kinison joke about how his wife put a loaded gun in his carry-on bag and didn't tell him. But anyway, we'll come back. I want to ask, in all seriousness, we're going to do this for you guys. 404-741-0929. Conversation specifically about Jalen Carter. Did your opinion change after what you heard today out in Athens in light of the situation? Connor Riley said there's really nothing more that he's hearing coming down the pike involving the tragedy. Do you want to see the Falcons? Because he may be there at 8 based on things like what happened
today. Was Todd McShay a prophet, an oracle?
Hey, I called out McShay. I thought it was BS, and he's smelling like a rose on this right now.
Man.
What do you say about the Falcons and Jalen Carter? Are you in? Next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
Yeah, man, story number one, Aaron Rodgers goes on Pat McAfee's show. Pat, can you wear a shirt with sleeves? Anyway, he says that, yeah, man, going to be the Jets. And the Jets got to go make this deal. And boy, if ever there's been a team so boxed in the corner or over a barrel, whatever metaphor or euphemism you want to use, Packers
think you're so convinced he is so washed up.
No, I just don't. No. I don't know what he's going to do. Look, whatever he is, he's better than anything the Jets have had at quarterback for the last 5 years.
My God, you and I would have been better than that.
But he's a guy going to a team which just needs competent quarterback play. Matt Ryan 3 or 4 years ago would be a perfect fit for these guys,
Certainly. Yeah.
But in this case, and Ryan, by the way, is out today. That was official. The Colts cut him loose. But the bigger story, because it was George's pro day and we are picking 8th, is what do you make of Jalen Carter? The tragedy, the situation. Now, I'm not going to get high and mighty about speeding because I've done too much of that myself. But in the case of him purely as a prospect, and you got a chance to show out. And really, let's be honest, this is where you kind of get it together and show and reestablish yourself as the number 1 or 2 player in this draft.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen today.
How big of a red flag is that to you? I don't think it's necessarily a deal breaker, but man. And then you combine, remember when Todd McShay came out and said, I don't know, there's some character issues here.
Right.
And we were like, what? Oh, come on. Oh, please. And then all this stuff started happening. So I don't know. I'd still take him at 8, though. If I'm the Falcons, I'm sorry. That's just how I feel about
9 pounds of weight, which, again, you can imagine there are, again, not to make light of the tragedy, he's dealing with the things he needs to be dealing with because he was in the situation. Everyone wants to quantify his involvement. He was there, okay? But in this case, what do NFL teams think? Because he can't finish the drills. He's cramping up. He looks sluggish. These are the words, again, not my words, words described by people like D-Led, who was there today out at the Butts-Mere building in Athens. What do you guys think? Falcon fans, go to Craig in Woodstock. Hey, man, you're in the game, Craig. What you got?
Not too much, guys. How are you all?
Good, man. What do you do? Would you be interested in that guy?
Honestly, at that point, no. It worries me that he was cramping up, unable to finish drills at a pro day. Okay, you've got to be able to perform, and when you perform on an NFL stage, it's 100 times bigger than performing at a pro day. And with the 8th pick, we can't afford to just miss and take a flyer on a guy who had those issues at a pro day. You need a sure thing at that draft pick, and I know there's no such thing as a true sure thing, but we got to get as close as possible. And with those issues, I'm going to pass.
Okay, so that's a pass from that caller. I know that a lot of folks, we got text messages today. A lot of folks, we had a lot of big numbers today on YouTube and Twitch. You can always watch. You can still watch us now for a few more minutes. Get off early tonight for NCAA action. I'd take him. I would take him.
I would.
But there are these red flags because you get into a situation. Now, remember, for those younger guys, Warren Sapp, there was stuff about marijuana that came up and maybe other things.
Well, Dan Marino coming out of Pitt.
There were rumors about drug use. That's why Marino slid all the way to the Dolphins. So do you feel that this guy's going to be, or here's the thing, is this guy going to be a new kind of defining player? He's going to be a Vince Wilfork or an Aaron Donald, or is he going to be Albert Hainsworth?
Oh, dear.
Who fleeced Washington for $100 million.
Beat up a teammate, right?
Yeah. So, but you don't know. Let's go to Ryan in Marietta. We're talking about Jalen Carter had a bad day in the office today. What do you got, brother? Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. About Jalen Carter, first of all, the guy had a bad day. Let's be real. If you're an NFL GM and you look at this, yes, his pro day, you want to show out on the biggest stage, but at the same time, he's got 3 years of film of ragdolling offensive linemen at the highest level. He's got guys that he has destroyed that are currently starting in the NFL and some guys that are going to be drafted as high-round draft picks this year. So 1,000%, absolutely, hell yes. If he is available at 8, we need help on the defensive line. He would be amazing next to Grady. The guy is an absolute stud. And the fact that he gained 9 pounds, the dude's 320 pounds. That's 2.5% of his body weight.
I'm glad
that's
you did
nothing. That's quarter weight.
I'm glad you did the math on that.
That's one big bowel movement.
I couldn't do that. No, I mean, I'm inclined to agree with you and draft him.
Grady could hold him account, too.
True. Grady is a leader in that locker room.
I think he'd listen to Grady and respect Grady. Grady would command respect. I think they'd be helpful. So absolutely.
Hey, man, good job on that. We'll keep that situation going. We'll talk to more guys. We're going to get more and more personnel people on. I'd love to know what the Falcons think because guys are saying, well, you got Onyemata. Onyemata's here for a couple of years. If this guy develops into the kind of player you expect, look at the Eagles. They had Fletcher Cox and they had Hargrove and they had all the guys they drafted from Georgia. They got dozens, not dozens, a lot of guys. And the Falcons, to be honest, have never really had that kind of rotation on the D-line.
They have not.
So that's what we're looking at. Hey, man, good job, Chris, on the phones. Let's go clear our throats.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
All right, buddy boy. Thanks to our guest, John O. Smith. Love the guy's attitude. A lot of folks loving the energy. We replayed it for you. It's up there at Odyssey if you're just getting in the car, Odyssey.com. Also, thanks to K. Connor Riley. He joined us today. And also from The Athletic, who covers the Falcons. And we were talking to Josh Kendall. Sorry, Josh, forgot about you. But Josh also a good golf guy, too. So we'll be out there tomorrow hitting the streets. Gwinnatians, Beaufortians.
The Beaufortians.
Mall of Georgians. We're going to be up at the Mall of Georgia. It's the Hooters, the Tajma Hooters tournament action. We'll be watching hoops. Fill out your bracket, hopefully by 12, and come hang out with us 2 to 7. Going to be a blast.
All right, Scotty Scheffler's menu at the Masters. Texas ribeye, blackened redfish, mac and cheese, jalapeno cream corn, fried Brussels sprouts. Nothing will ever compare to Hideki Matsui. Wagyu beef ribeye, remember that? The sushi.
Right.
The yakitori chicken skewers and the glazed blackened cod. Epic menu that day.
I tell you what, though, I looked at Scotty Scheffler's stuff. That's comfort food, man.
That's some comfort food, though. Not bad.
That's some good. Got to know what that is? America.
The Japanese stuff is phenomenal.
That's America. Hey, real quick, I commented on it earlier. John Moran gets an 8-game suspension, which basically means 2 more games. Playing hot potato with a gun apparently is part of stress management. There's gun violence that's pervasive amongst young people, and Adam Silver is
it's new age.
He's a spineless, weasel, gutless. He's just a gutless commissioner. It's all about the dollars. Should be ashamed of himself. That's it. Hey, if you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
John Morant will come visit you.
Oof.
The following is a presentation of Audit.